Chapter 5:26. Is the position correct? Insan turned to the great ancestor of the mysterious dark sect and asked. The old ancestor touched his sparse hair and said with some nostalgia, "We are neighbors, and I have been hiding underground for so many years. I can't be wrong." After saying this, he stretched out a stubby finger and pointed in the air. Countless light specks drifted out and turned into a complicated three-dimensional image, which was imprinted in the eyes of the Dark Phoenix. Insan's body was different from that of Jingjio's. Insan's vitality was stronger, and, correspondingly, he was more prone to accidents, such as being ignited. As such, he had no way to go deep into the river of lava under the ground. If the great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect left his side for too long, he would be discovered by the sword formation of Aoyama. As such, he had no choice but to hand the matter over to the Dark Phoenix. The Dark Phoenix flapped his wings and flew toward the crack on the ground created by Lucy's sword. Soon, he disappeared from sight. Insan slowly walked to the edge of the cliff and looked into the depths of the crack. His eyes were filled with childlike curiosity and the desire to explore. He still looked like a youth, but his body was gradually aging and rotting. The patriarch's eyes were filled with worry as he watched him leave. Another 2 years had passed, and Jinren could not even fly anymore. He could only sit in a car. How many more years could he last? The first child sword had been sent to the royal palace of Zhaoga City, and the immortal couldn't change his body into a sword anymore. So why did he take the risk to come to the cold mountain? What was the significance of the fire carp scales? The magic army of the imperial court and the windy broadsword church were still cleaning up the remnants here, not to mention that White Town was on the other side of the mountain. What if they were discovered by Chao Yuan? The great ancestor thought about the other things he had prepared for Jinren in the past 2 years, and the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Suddenly, a tremor came from the ground. The carriage creaked and small stones rolled. The old ancestor knew that it had begun. The depths of the underground were not dark. There were dark red or light red lights everywhere, and some were even dazzling. The tranquility of the magma river was broken. The scorching hot magma kept rolling and splashing in all directions. It landed on the cliff and made sizzling sounds. The huge fire carp swam in the lava river at high speed. It swung its tail from time to time and shot out lava as a weapon. It seemed extremely furious. The Dark Phoenix flew back and forth above the river of lava at a high speed, striking with his sharp claws from time to time. The Dark Phoenix looked like a flash of lightning, bringing out countless smaller flashes of lightning. As the guardian of Aoyama, whose strength was similar to that of the white ghosts, its sharp claws were comparable to the flying swords of swordsmen in the Broken Sea state. Both the sharpness and the lethality of the claws were terrifying. The fire carp was bobbing up and down in the magma, desperately dodging its attacks. Several clear white marks had already appeared on its body. Fortunately, the defensive power of its scales was very strong, so it did not suffer any real damage. As the preparatory divine beast of Zhongzhou school, apart from being threatened by Jingjio once, it had never been treated so rudely. It was already furious to the extreme, wishing it could drag the other party into the lava and burn it to death, then eat it bite by bite. But the speed of this strange bird was too fast, and its attack was too strong. It really couldn't beat it. A bird and a fish chased each other towards the lava river. From time to time, lava splashed like fireworks on the surface of the river. After a long while, the fire carp had finally been forced to the end of the lava river, in front of the huge, transparent wall that separated the human world and the underworld. The fire carp came up to the surface of the lava river, exposing only his head. He looked at the Dark Phoenix vigilantly and hatefully, ready to dive down at any moment. "Who the hell are you? Don't think that you can run fast. If you push me too far, I'll employ my magic to make the lava flow backward and turn you into a roasted chicken." The Dark Phoenix was slightly burned as well. He raised his right claw and licked it, looking rather evil. "You can give it a try," he said. The fire carp swore and said, "I've really tried." The Dark Phoenix put down his right claw and said with a cold expression in his eyes, Even if you can fill the entire underground with lava, I can still dig a hole and hide there. When you can't hold on any longer and the lava drops down, I'll fly out and scratch you. No, I'll peck your eyes. The fire carp was startled, thinking that it would be very painful. Yet, if he swam with his eyes closed, it would still be very painful if he bumped into the rocks. I won't come out, he said hastily. The dark phoenix said, if you can stay here for 1,000 years, I'll stay here and fight you for 1,000 years. Save it. You're a fish, and I'm a bird. You're no match for me. As the fire carp was about to argue that not all fish were no match for a bird, he suddenly found a problem, exclaiming in surprise, "Oh my, you can talk. What's wrong?" The dark phoenix felt baffled, thinking that he had talked so much already. I can talk too. The fire carp continued excitedly. Look, the number of divine animals in Chaotian is already very small, and the ones who can and are willing to talk are even fewer. It's rare for us to meet each other. There's no need to fight each other to the death. We can talk about anything. When it spoke, its lips were constantly expanding and contracting like a circle, looking a little silly and happy. The dark phoenix thought what the immortal said was indeed sensible, but he was still used to his own style of doing things. I'm teaching you, a junior, a lesson. What's wrong with that? He demanded arrogantly. The fire carp retorted, are you the unicorn? Are you the round turtle? Since you're not, you must be younger than me. Why are you pretending to be a senior? The dark phoenix was taken aback a bit, thinking that the fire carp's age was indeed the case. He couldn't help but feel embarrassed and annoyed, taking a step forward. The fire carp sank a little deeper into the lava as he said hastily, Big brother, everything is negotiable. You can tell me what you want, as long as I don't die. Do you think you're my senior? The dark phoenix demanded. Why are you calling me big brother? The fire carp explained earnestly. Those who are more capable are the masters, and those who are more capable are the masters. This king understands such a simple principle. What do you want? I don't have any treasures here. Don't worry, said the dark phoenix. I won't kill you. All I need are 2 fish scales. The fire carp was irritated when he heard this request, exclaiming, the fish scales grow on my body, not in a bag. How can I give them to you? Doesn't it hurt to tear them off my body? You can talk like a human, but why don't you have any humanity? Would you give me a few feathers if I had to pluck them from your body? I'm a bird, and you're a fish. Why are you talking about humanity? The dark phoenix found this guy even more inexplicable, saying, as for the feathers, I do want to pluck them out. Though it's a bit painful, it's worth it as long as I can accomplish something significant. The fire carp found that he couldn't escape from the poisonous claws of his opponent, so he asked pitifully, Big brother, what kind of bird are you? This question contained a strong desire for revenge. As long as he knew who his opponent was, he would ask the Zhongzhou school to avenge him. The dark phoenix said, I'm the principal guard of Aoyama. You can call me the devil rooster. The fire carp was taken aback, wondering how he could avenge himself. He couldn't help but feel annoyed, wondering why everyone in the Aoyama sect behaved like this. The destruction of the mysterious dark sect had affected more than a dozen deviant sects of various sizes. Many magic treasures and magic methods were left behind in this patch of barren land during the chaos. Though the imperial court and the windy broadsword church had kept a close watch on the cold mountain, some daring swordsmen and free-traveling practitioners still came here to take advantage of the situation. In such a place, the horse-drawn carriage was a conspicuous object. It was like a bonfire attracting the cultivation practitioners and moths, attracting the attention of many people. Those people had all turned into corpses on the ground. They died soundlessly, and they didn't even have the time to use their protective magic treasures and demonic treasures. They didn't expect to encounter the great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect, a grandmaster of the deviant sects here. The great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect waved his sleeve, and the corpses were set ablaze instantly. Then they were thrown into the cracks by an invisible force. The dark phoenix flapped his wings and flew out. He threw 2 fish scales that looked like a huge mirror to the front of the carriage, and said to the great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect discontentedly, Are you going to smash me down again? He was the principal guard of Aoyama, so he didn't have a good impression of the great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect, a hidden swordsman. The great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect didn't argue with him after letting out 2 laughs. The Dark Phoenix paid no more attention to him. He turned to Insan and said, "This fire carp is indeed formidable. Fortunately, he is not an adult yet. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to defeat him." Insan gazed at the place where the Dark Phoenix was burned, saying, "Thank you for your hard work." The Dark Phoenix said, "I only hope that the immortal won't forget the promise he made back then. When a man achieved the Tao, so did his chickens and dogs." The reason the Dark Phoenix brought up the matter was not because of the hard work he had done that day, but because he would have to pay a great price for it. Insan said, "Like I said, I won't leave as long as you people can't get out." The Dark Phoenix said, "We already have the bone marrow of the old dragon, the cartilage of the flying whale, and the scales of the fire carp. What else do we need? There must be some people of Bulow Lin hiding in the Imperial Court." It was not difficult for Insan to get the items of the fiend prison. The flying whale was the divine animal of the Western Sea Sword School, and the corpse was the property of Aoyama. Someone would give it to him with both hands. It didn't take much effort to get the scales of the fire carp. All it took was some persuasion. Insan said, "We still need to go to the 1,000-mile windy corridor to pick some lotus flowers." The great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect had finally understood. The question that had been bothering him for 2 years had finally been answered. Even though he was experienced and knowledgeable, he was still astonished. "Is the immortal going to achieve total transformation?" he asked in a trembling voice. Insan uttered, with a calm expression on his face. The great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't total transformation just a legend?" The highest state pursued by the Taoist sects was total transformation and ascension. In the eyes of the regular people, total transformation and ascension were the same thing. But in fact, they were 2 completely different paths. Ascension was ascension, and total transformation was total transformation. Since ancient times, the ascenders had been rare, but there would always be some. Yet, nobody had ever seen or even heard of total transformation. The total transformation was more like a legend, or even a myth. When I succeed, the legend or myth will naturally become a reality. Insan said nonchalantly, "I had obtained an old book back then, which contained the records about the total transformation, but the details were not enough. I've tried to add some details to it over the years, but I haven't succeeded yet. It's not likely that it will work. But now that it has come to this point, I have no choice but to take the risk." The great ancestor calmed down and thought of the lotus flower among the materials prepared by the immortal. He immediately understood more things. The lotus flower was a lotus flower. In the Zen sects, it symbolized resurrection or reincarnation. It seemed that the immortal was going to use the Buddhist Dharma to fill in the gaps in the path of total transformation, or to use the Buddhist Dharma to correct the mistakes in the path of total transformation. Not to mention whether it would succeed or not, it was already a great thing that someone dared to practice the path of total transformation and even dared to establish the path with Buddhism. The great ancestor was afraid of Taiping and Jingyang, but it was okay to say that he admired them. Until this moment, he was truly convinced. He bowed to Insan in a very serious manner. Insan calmly accepted his bow. At the moment, there was no distinction between the orthodox and the deviant, nor was there any exploitation or scheming. It was merely a cultivation practitioner's respect for the cultivation. The great ancestor suddenly thought of a certain scene mentioned in the legend, and asked, "The rosefinch's meridians are gone. Where can we find the feathers of the rosefinch?" The total transformation required the feathers, of course. The rosefinch came from the heavenly fire, and its blood contained the mysterious power of resurrection. The Dark Phoenix flew to the top of the carriage and said, "Of course, use mine. I've been thinking about the last few chapters of this book in the last few days, and I feel very satisfied and happy. This happy feeling of writing has lasted since the Battle of the West Ocean, and it should last for a few more days. It's really a happy feeling. This is the kind of work I'm pursuing and enjoying." End of this chapter. Chapter 5:27. The great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect thought that Jingjiu was a golden rooster, even though his name had the character phoenix in it. Of course, he wouldn't say this out loud. Then he thought that the dark phoenix would lose 1,000 years of cultivation if he was willing to give up one of his feathers. That was why he reminded the immortal to remember his promise. The horse-drawn carriage left the crack on the ground and headed toward the east of the barren land. The sound of the bone flute rang out again, but it was no longer desolate. It sounded a lot happier this time. The dark phoenix squatted on the roof of the carriage. His tail, which was a few feet long, was behind him, looking like a long braid of the carriage, flying in the wind. Its slightly shrill voice echoed in the wind. "Immortal, you have to say something about this matter. Little Fourth is locked up in the Hermit Peaks. If Yuan Qijing becomes the sect master, what should we do then? That Yuan Qijing is different from the immortal sect master. He really wants you dead. What's wrong with being appointed by another generation? Isn't it forbidden in the sect rules?" Yuan Qijing, of course, wanted Taiping Jinren to die. The reason was simple. There are more than 300 sect rules in Aoyama, and most of them have been broken by his master, except for the obscene ones. Hence, when Jingjiu went to the Platonist sect with the first child sword and wandered around Chaotian, Yuan Qijing followed him like a bodyguard, not caring about his dignity as a figure in the heavenly arrival state. Yet, Taiping Jinren knew him well. Taiping Jinren didn't show up, even though he knew the importance of the first child sword. Jingjiu had no choice but to return to Aoyama. Though Aoyama was far away, he had the 3-foot sword, which was much more convenient than Lu Xi. As Jingjiu entered Jiaoga City and arrived in that alley, he suddenly halted his steps. Ada crawled out from his sleeve and climbed onto Jingjiu's shoulder along his arm. The Jing house was in front of him. Ada didn't act rashly because he wanted to save some face for Jingjiu. He glanced at Jingjiu's side profile, wondering what was wrong with him. It was impossible for Jingjiu to feel shy when he was close to his hometown. Jingjiu looked at the door in silence. His line of sight had passed through the door and landed in the living room. The family was having dinner. Some wrinkles appeared at the corners of Jing Shang's eyes, and his father was getting old. It was unclear how many more years he could live. Jing Shang's wife and Sinshi were sharing the vegetables, and Jing Li was talking to them in a low voice. It seemed that they were having a good time. Jingjiu pushed the door open and walked into the parlor, giving everyone a fright. Jing Shang stood up to welcome him. He thought that Jingjiu would go directly to the study like before, but he didn't expect that Jingjiu had no intention of leaving. Jing Li moved a chair hastily and placed it in the head seat. Jingjiu sat down without hesitation. Sinshi handed him a cup of tea with a delighted expression. She was no longer the most favored 7th daughter of the prime minister, but the daughter-in-law of the Jing family. She was very grateful to Jingjiu for this matter. Naturally, she wanted him to see how virtuous she was. Jingjiu took a sip and found that the tea was still cold, just like 3 years ago. He said, "Serve me a bowl of soup." Jing Li came back to his senses and glanced at his wife helplessly. He found that she had no idea what she had done wrong. Having drunk a bowl of soup, Jingjiu got up and went to the study room. The reason he did so was because he thought that he wouldn't leave Aoyama for many years to come, so this was his farewell. He didn't summon Duke Lu this time. Instead, he went to the State Duke Manor next door through the underground tunnel. No one was in Duke Lu's bedroom, and the retired soldier who was responsible for listening to sounds in the courtyard couldn't hear Jingjiu's footsteps either. This was the first time that Jingjiu came to the manor house of Duke Lu. He looked around, and his gaze fell on the precious porcelain ware on the flower rack. He didn't know which kiln this porcelain ware was made from, but he recalled what Duke Lu had said, that it must be very precious since it could be displayed here. Jingjiu picked up the porcelain ware and threw it to the ground, breaking it into pieces. Perhaps the more precious the porcelain ware was, the more pleasing the sound of breaking would be, and the farther it could be heard. Soon, Duke Lu came to the bedroom. Jingjiu glanced at Jingjiu and was certain that Jingjiu would live for a few more years, feeling that it was not bad. Duke Lu knelt down hastily to greet Jingjiu and asked Jingjiu why he came to Jiaoga City this time. Jingjiu said, I'm going to the royal palace tonight. Jingjiao still had the same reason. He thought that it would be difficult for him to leave Aoyama in the future, so he had to make some arrangements. The emperor had favored royal concubine Hu for many years, but he didn't make her the empress. This had caused many conjectures in the imperial court. In fact, the emperor thought it was not worthwhile to get involved in a lawsuit with the civil chancellors over this matter, and the emperor was willing to slack off when the conditions permitted. There were no more concubines in the royal palace, so it was not attractive for royal concubine Hu to be the empress without subordinates. Speaking of attraction, she had paid a lot of attention to her appearance in the last few years. She dressed conservatively, but she didn't realize that the tightness of her clothes would make her look more attractive. It was a natural attraction, so how could it be concealed? Teacher, long time no see. She bowed to Gu Qing. Gu Qing turned his body slightly and said, "No need to be so courteous, Your Highness." He had been living in the most remote room, which was the furthest away from royal concubine Hu's bedchamber. He had never stepped into royal concubine Hu's bedchamber except for teaching and passing on sword work, whether it was to avoid arousing suspicion or for other matters. Crown Prince Jingyao went to his bedchamber frequently, spending most of his time there. The two of them hadn't seen each other for many days. They fell silent after a brief conversation. Jingyao didn't notice anything unusual. He felt a bit nervous thinking that he was about to see his grandmaster. His grandmaster was very famous both in the cultivation circle and in the mortal world. It was even rumored that he was the illegitimate son of the immortal Jingyang. How could Jingyao not be nervous? As Duke Lu led Jingjiao into the grand hall, royal concubine Hu and Jingyao knelt down and bowed to them hastily. Jingjiao didn't pay attention to her. He glanced at Jingyao and found that this child's cultivation progress was average, but he was diligent in it. Jingjiao uttered, to express his satisfaction. Standing by the side, Gu Qing felt gratified. Jingjiao took out the first child's sword and handed it to Jingyao, saying, "Use it well." Gu Qing recognized the origin of this sword, feeling startled, thinking that this sword could be ranked among the top 3 in the world, and Jingjiao just gave it to this child. Jingyao had no idea about this, so he took the sword with both hands obediently. "Get ready to go back to the mountain," Jingjiao said to Gu Qing. Gu Qing was startled again, thinking that Jingyao had been the crown prince for only 2 years and had no foundation in the imperial court, to say nothing of the fact that he hadn't fully developed yet. How could Jingjiao leave at such an important moment? What he didn't know was that nothing was as important as that matter in Jingjiao's eyes. Aoyama had too many things to deal with, so Jingjiao couldn't do it without him. The starlight shone on the glazed tiles of the palace, looking like a layer of syrup on the outside of fruit. There was no light in the grand hall, and it was pitch dark, but it had no effect on Jingjiao and the emperor. They sat facing each other with a distance of 100 feet between them. It was the middle of summer, so the slightly cool floor was quite comfortable. "Don't worry," said the emperor. "I can still live for a few more years." Jingjiao uttered, but then he found it too cold, saying, "As I said, you shouldn't pin your hopes on the unorthodox method of total transformation." The emperor laughed, saying, "If I can't get out of here, what's the point of living for a few more years?" "One more year means more hope," said Jingjiao. The emperor took out the jade egg of rosefinch from his sleeve and stroked it gently, saying, "Not everybody is like you. People like us, who are not talented enough, can only ascend with the help of external objects." "But it can't hatch," said Jingjiao. If the jade egg couldn't hatch, the rosefinch couldn't reappear in the world, and the so-called total transformation would still be an illusion. The emperor didn't discuss this further, saying, "I'm afraid little Yao can't afford the sword." "It's his problem if he can't afford it," said Jingjiao. "You gave the sword to me back then, and now you got it back and gave it to him. You've given me 2 generous gifts. As the younger generation, we have to give you something in return." Having said that, the emperor tossed the jade egg of rosefinch to Jingjiao. Jingjiao caught the jade egg of rosefinch and put it away after a moment of silence. The emperor had raised the jade egg of rosefinch for so many years that he had developed a deep affection for it. so he had to think of who would protect it in the future. This was probably what the emperor meant by entrusting the jade egg to him. Of course, it would be the safest to keep it in Aoyama, provided that nothing happened to the Aoyama sect. Jingjiu thought of another issue. Even though royal concubine who was protected by the Aoyama sect, how could an affectionate vixen bear the pain of parting? Jingjiu had roughly understood what the emperor meant, feeling a bit dissatisfied. There were two reasons for his dissatisfaction. First of all, why did the Aoyama sect have to bear the responsibility for this matter? Second of all, the emperor had spent so much effort on the affectionate vixen, so he didn't want to cultivate the Tao and achieve total ascension. Seeing the expression in Jingjiu's eyes, the emperor knew that Jingjiu had guessed his intention. He felt a bit embarrassed and changed the topic hastily. Has the position of the sect master been decided? Yes. The emperor thought that it was fine as long as Jingjiu had chosen the person, so he didn't need to worry about it. Something happened in the fiend prison last year. Would you like to go and have a look? He asked. Jingjiu uttered The officials of Taichung Temple were asked to stay in their respective rooms and not to peep outside. Jing Shang brewed a pot of tea and took a sip without tasting it. He vaguely guessed that it had something to do with his brother in name. Led by Duke Liu, Jingjiu entered Taichung Temple. He passed through the bamboo forest and saw the cluster of purple flowers, recalling many past events. Those events had happened a few years ago, but they seemed to be right in front of his eyes, like the transparent face of the king of the underworld in the colorful clothing. The current fiend prison was the corpse of the old dragon. It didn't have any magic power, but it was sturdy. It didn't take long for Jingjiu to reach the deep part of the prison. The poisonous green pond was still there, but the water level had dropped a great deal. It wouldn't take long for the pond to dry up. Jingjiu noticed that the cliff behind the pond had collapsed a great deal, and the cracks went deep into the ground. This was one of the sturdiest parts of the old dragon's body, so it was impossible for it to collapse naturally after a few years. Someone must have done something to it. Jingjiu disappeared from the original spot and entered the deep part of the crack. It was like an earthquake had taken place there, with broken rocks everywhere. The sword of the universe flew at an unimaginably fast speed after it was wielded. It piled the broken rocks together with the most gentle force and then rearranged them. This was a very difficult task, requiring a very good eyesight and calculating ability. Yet, it was a simple task for Jingjiu, who had often piled up sand to kill time. The broken rocks had gradually recovered to their original appearance. The rocks and colors were all very clear, but there was a gap in the middle. Someone had taken away a bit of the bone marrow of the old dragon. What else could the bone marrow be used for apart from boiling the white soup? Jingjiu couldn't figure out. It was unclear if Jingjiu stayed in Jiaoga City because he wanted to figure this out or for some other reason. He asked Gu Qin to go back to the Green Mountain that night because he was in a hurry. He went to the Zhao Garden. Lying on the small boat on the lake, he looked up at the clouds and rain in the sky. It was autumn in the blink of an eye. More and more people knew that he was in Jiaoga City, which attracted a lot of attention. The matter of the Platonist sect had been settled. Many people had guessed that the mysterious deaths of those elders and a Yuanquan had something to do with Jingjiu. Hejan didn't manage to take all the blame in the end. The fact that he could kill so many highly achieved swordsmen in the great formation of the Platonist sect under the nose of the Grandmaster indicated that Jingjiu was more powerful than before, and he had a vague feeling that he was a swordsman of the previous generation. It had been more than 20 years since he participated in the Plum meeting for the first time. The speed at which he had improved his cultivation state was incredible. It was rumored that he had the blood of the immortal Jingyang in his body, which was accepted by more and more people. The matter of the Platonist sect had proved that the Aoyama sect was still powerful. The question had been put in front of everybody again. Who would become the next sect master of the Aoyama sect? In a sense, the position of the sect master of the Aoyama sect held the highest power in the cultivation world and even the whole of Chaotian. It was the subject of much discussion. In public, no cultivation practitioner or official dared say who they supported. All they dared to do was to discuss the possibility and express their cautious opinion. At the moment, 3 people were considered to be the most likely candidates: the master of Shilai Peak, Fong Jingtian, the master of Shuriwa Peak, Guang Yuan Jinren, and the master of Yunqing Peak, Fu Wang. Of course, if Yuan Qijing didn't care about the feelings of the Tianguang Peak and insisted on becoming the sect master, nobody would be able to stop him, the master sword justice. Along with the autumn wind, Shi Yun arrived at the Zhao Garden. Standing by the lake, he bowed to the master and said, "My master wants to know a name." In fact, he didn't understand why Jingjiu was merely the youngest elder of the second generation of the Aoyama sect, even though he was the personal disciple of the immortal Jingyang, or even the descendant of the immortal Jingyang. How could he influence the position of the sect master of the Aoyama sect? Why did the house master attach so much importance to his opinion? Jingjiu thought that Bu Qiuxiao sent a disciple to ask for an answer, which was no different from asking for a favor. "It's not Fu Wang," he said. Having said that, he lay on the bow of the boat and continued looking at the clouds flying around in the sky after being chased by the autumn wind, as if he found it interesting. Shi Yun felt it was a bit boring. Everybody knew that the peak master of Yunqing, Fu Wang, was the least likely candidate. "I came all the way here from the 1,000-mile wind corridor, and this is the answer I get." End of this chapter. Chapter 528. In the following days, 2 more people visited the Zhao Garden. Like Yamatai, they guessed that Jingjiu had a say in this matter, or at least knew something about it. The Guiqing Temple had broken off contact with Aoyama because of the anger of the Zen master. As such, it was the chief monk of the Net Perception Temple who came. Jingjiu thought it was unnecessary to take off his clothes and stand in the rain. Everybody knew that the chief monk and the incense monk of the Net Perception Temple came from Machio. Before the chief monk could say anything, Jingjiu said, "It's not Fu Wang." The chief monk of the Net Perception Temple left in disappointment. The messenger of the Windy Broadsword Church who came last showed a respectful attitude toward Jingjiu. He must have been instructed by the Broadsword King. It seemed that Chao Yuan had discovered the truth of that sword. "It's not Fong Jingtian," Jingjiu said as he thought of this. The messenger of the Windy Broadsword Church left contentedly. The autumn passed quickly. Zhaoga City had just entered the 12th month when it was snowing. Winter had arrived, but would spring be far behind? This was a sentimental statement. As Jingjiu thought of this in the wind and snow, he sat on his sword and led Gu Qing back to Aoyama. It was snowing in Zhaoga City, as well as in the south. The 9 peaks of Aoyama were as quiet as when he left, and so was Shinma Peak. Nan Wang would ask Lu Ci to open a passage in the great formation of Aoyama to let the first snow in. She was still behind closed doors this year, and Lu Ci was not around, so the snow didn't fall. Sitting by the cliff's edge, Jingjiu stepped on the ocean of clouds, looking at the distance, reflecting on something. The white cat crouched by his side, looking quite obedient. Cold Cicada crouched by his side, looking even more obedient. Standing behind Jingjiu, Gu Qing suddenly asked while looking at the green peaks, "Is it going to rain?" It was a windy and snowy day outside, but he asked about the rain. This was the rain that the whole of Chaotian was concerned about the most, and many people were looking forward to it. Jingjiu grunted softly. Gu Qing remained silent. He was present when Jingjiu rejected those 2 names in the Zhao Garden. If even Martial Uncle Fong Jingtian could not become the next sect leader, then who could it be? Jingjiu asked, "What do you think?" Gu Qing recalled many years ago. That day was also a snowy day. Jingjiu had said something to him on the edge of the cliff. "You're the one who's going to be the sect leader." Thinking of this, no matter how calm Gu Qing's temperament was, he couldn't help but laugh. It was not a maniacal laughter, but an absurd, bitter laugh. How could he be the sect leader? If this really happened, he would jump into the sea of clouds at the bottom of the cliff for peace and tranquility before the martial uncles and martial uncles in the peaks did anything. If Martial Uncle Yuan inherits the position of sect master, it will indeed be the best thing for us. Gu Qing thought his master had the same idea, and he thought it was the best choice. The relationship between Shinma Peak, Tianguang Peak, and Liangwang Peak had always been bad. For instance, Bai Rujing, Jian Riyun, and his elder brother Guhan. Zhuo Rizhui was an exception. If Yuan Qijing became the sect leader, the branch of Tianguang Peak would be suppressed, and he wouldn't have the energy to deal with the affairs of Shenma Peak. Most importantly, Yuan Qijing could continue to suppress Fang Jingtian. During the Battle of the Cloud Platform, all the swordsmen of Aoyama came out. Fang Jingtian stood in the empty realm and looked at Shenma Peak, as if they were facing a formidable foe. Gu Qing would never forget that scene. Jing Jiu ended Gu Qing's reasoning and beautiful imagination of the future with one sentence. Yuan Qijing isn't willing. It was probably because Tianguang Peak and Shanghai Peak had been fighting for so many years that Yuan Qijing didn't want any internal strife in Aoyama for the sake of the big picture. Or it could be some other reasons. All in all, he wasn't willing. Gu Qing was taken aback. After a while, he said, "Then it can only be Guan Yuanjinren. He has a high cultivation state and can convince the masses. I'm just worried that it might cause some other problems." He was referring to the time when Guan Yuanjinren stopped Bu Qiuxiao at the West Ocean and let Taiping Jinren escape. Jing Jiu didn't pay attention to what Gu Qing had said. To convince the masses, he murmured. Looking at the charming Aoyama, Jing Jiu stroked his own face and made up his mind. He closed his eyes and began to cultivate by meditation. Ada glanced at Jing Jiu, thinking that he should treat him with more respect in the future. As such, Ada didn't jump onto Jing Jiu's head. Cold Cicada didn't know what had happened. It held the cold chalcedony and gnawed on it twice, and then fell backward. It closed its eyes and raised its 4 armored limbs, starting to absorb the energy of heaven and earth. Day and night passed by, the lights and shadows changed, and the seasons changed. It was late spring in the outside world, and Aoyama had gradually woken up. Guan Yuanjinren came out from behind closed doors Fu Wang, Nan Wang. More and more people came out from behind closed doors. It was unknown whether it was because they sensed it or for some other reason. More and more people woke up, but no noise could be heard in Aoyama. It was exceedingly quiet. Jing Jiu opened his eyes and looked at the horizon on the other side of the ocean of clouds. Zhao Liu, Yuan Chu, Ping Yongka, and Cold Cicada had all woken up, standing behind Gu Qing, waiting for him. Jing Jiu got up and said, "Let's go." Tianguang Peak was the highest peak. The sunlight on the peak top was still strong that day, but it was somewhat dimmed by the sword lights that had arrived one after another. By the time Jing Jiu and the others arrived on the peak top, the people of the other peaks had already arrived. They were the Sword Justice Yuan Qijing, the Yunxing Peak Master Fu Wang, the Qingrong Peak Master Nan Wang, the Shuriwei Peak Master Guan Yuanjinren, the Bihu Peak Master Qin Yutian, and the Shenma Peak Master Zhao Liu. Liangwang Peak hadn't had a peak master in the last few years. It was because all the important figures of Aoyama were here, except for the master of Shilai Peak, Fang Jingtian, who was behind closed doors in the Hermit Peaks. Of course, that person was not here. This was the first time that the Aoyama sect had gathered so many people. In the past, even when the Aoyama sect held a meeting, they usually discussed it with swords. It was rare for them to come in person. Gu Qing led Yuan Chu and Ping Yongka to the foot of the cliff. Guan Shan, Rizhui, Guhan, and the others, as well as the regular elders and disciples of the other peaks, were all there. And Mo Qi, Bai Rujing, and the other elders of Tianguang Peak were standing at the back of the peak top. Countless gazes fell on Jing Jiu because he didn't move. He was still standing on the same spot beside Zhao Liu. Only the 6 peak masters are qualified to stand on the peak top. Why are you standing there? Bai Rujing's face looked terrible. Jian Riyun's eyes grew cold. Guhan raised his eyebrows. Some discussions broke out among the peaks. The problem was that the strictest sword justice Yuan Qijing didn't say anything, and neither did the hot-tempered Nan Wang. Hundreds of elders and disciples of Aoyama among the cliffs fell silent when they thought of that rumor. Yuan Qijing waved his hand. The great formation of Aoyama opened up a passage. Everybody looked in the direction of the passage. A black line came over from the horizon. It was devoid of any energy. It passed through the peaks quietly and arrived at the top of Tianguang Peak. Huh, The sheath of the inherited heaven sword was inserted into the stone monument, returning to its original place. Under the stone monument, the round turtle opened his eyes slowly, a hint of nostalgia showing in his aged and murky eyes. He had seen many sect masters of Aoyama pass by, but this one was different. Ada had crawled out from Jingjio's sleeve. He squatted on the ground and looked at the sheath on the stone monument, displaying a rare peacefulness. At the bottom of Shonda Peak, the dead dog lifted his head slowly and looked at the deep end of the natural light, a hint of sadness showing in his warm eyes. Yamatai was in the deep end of the 1,000-mile windy corridor. Lu Shui was practicing writing with the city guard pen. It was the homework given to him by Bu Qiuxiao. He had practiced it for a few years, so he was quite skilled in writing. The sword bracelet on his wrist suddenly vibrated. Lu Shui followed the idea of the lone sword. He got up and walked to the window, looking in the direction of Aoyama, and found that the wind had risen. The 1,000-mile windy corridor. The wind had been blowing for tens of thousands of years. The wind was weaker at the entrance of the corridor, so there were still some buildings and mortals living there. However, the businesses there were not so good. Xiaohe sat by the window, supporting her chin with her hand. She felt bored as she looked at the road that had been deserted for a few days. All of a sudden, she saw a scene, and her face turned pale. A horse-drawn carriage was approaching from among the hills. The dark phoenix stood on the roof of the carriage, facing the wind. His feathers were slightly ruffled, as was his mood at the moment. The great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect sat on the shaft, his sparse hair tousled by the strong wind. The melodious sound of a flute could be heard from the carriage. It was neither the lullaby of the underworld river nor the song of becoming immortal up and down. It was an ordinary Huang Mei folk song. The person in the carriage and Jingjio were the only ones who knew that Lu Xi was from Huang Mei town. The 3-foot sword, the zither sword, the sword of absolute emptiness, the sword of the returning sun, the sword of the tide, the thoughtless sword, the lone sword in the distant 1,000-mile windy corridor. Hundreds of flying swords in the sky. And that sword. All the swords faced the sheath on the stone monument in silence. The disciples of Aoyama knelt on the ground and said in unison, "Greetings, sect master." The swords returned to Aoyama. The spring rain suddenly fell down, wetting the stone monument and moistening everything soundlessly. Chapter 529. It was raining in Zhaoga City as well. The rain in spring was quite common, and so was this sentence. However, this was the first rain of this spring, and many people knew what it meant. Standing in front of the Grand Hall, the emperor and the royal concubine who looked at the pattering spring rain and said sentimentally, "You will die eventually." The royal concubine who was worried, asking, "Are you all right?" The emperor said, "As long as I'm alive, the Zhongzhou school won't dare do anything. After I'm dead, the Aoyama sect will take care of you, but you have to be prepared to suffer for a few years." The royal concubine who protested, "Long live the emperor." "Why do you say so?" The quiet room in the Shuiyu nunnery was as quiet as ever. Guodong was still sleeping soundly. Some of the silk threads drifted to the outside of the window and fell down after being soaked by the rain. The window was round, facing the lake. Many of the trees by the lake had been cut down, and some of them had grown back over the years, looking a bit messy. There was a small courtyard on the other side of the lake, which was blocked by the formation set up by the Shuiyu nunnery. Jing Xin lived here. He was expelled from Zhaoga City and couldn't enter the Guocheng Temple, so he had no choice but to come to the Shuiyu nunnery. Even though he was a former prince, he was still a prince. It was a humiliating thing for him to live in a nunnery. Yet, no anger or resentment could be seen on his face, and the expression in his eyes was as calm as the lake water. The spring rain fell on the surface of the lake, creating ripples. The strong wind whistled, rolling up the raindrops and scattering them everywhere. The raindrops hit the mud walls of the hut, making pa sounds. The 1,000-mile wind corridor was famous for the strong wind that would blow up from time to time. No matter how gentle the spring rain was, it would become angry in such a place. As the wind stopped, the formation in the nunnery was dismantled. The raindrops fell on Lu Shisui's face soundlessly. He looked at the south, remaining reticent. Bu Qiuxiao came to Jing Jiu's side along with the faint watery mist. Looking at the world in the spring rain, he asked, "What are you thinking about?" Lu Shisui rubbed his eyes and said, "I'm worried." Bu Qiuxiao understood what he meant. The relationship between Aoyama's sect and Zhongzhou school, which had eased up a little, became tense again in the past few years, even more so than before. Be it the matter of Taiping Zhenren or the throne, it was destined that the two leaders of the righteous path would clash head-on. Bu Qiuxiao was certain that, given by Zhenren's temperament and methods, Chao Tian would have many troubles from now on. After his conversation with Jing Jiu, Yamatai chose to remain neutral. However, Lu Shisui was always 10 years old and would not make a choice. The strong wind roared again, cutting the rain into countless pieces, rolling them up and hitting the mud walls of the thatched hut. Bu Qiuxiao said, "The most pressing issue right now is who will be the sect master." He had sent a disciple to Zhaoga City to ask about it, but he got a boring answer. The whole of the cultivation circle knew that the peak master of Yunxing, Fu Wang, had no hope of becoming the sect master. So, would it be Fang Jingtian or Guan Yuanzhen? These two peak masters were the most promising swordsmen in Aoyama to break through and enter the heavenly arrival state. Would they wait until that moment to decide? Or would Yuan Qijing take over Aoyama by force, regardless of the public opinion? The spring rain fell on the clouds and fog. The clouds and fog dispersed gradually. A dozen valleys that looked like the fairyland gradually appeared in the human world. As soon as the spring rain fell, the Zhongzhou school ended its 3-year stay on the mountain. A long and loud shout echoed through heaven and earth. It was the shout of the unicorn. It was unclear whether it was a demonstration or an expression of his satisfaction. The elders and disciples cultivating behind closed doors on Cloud Dream Mountain walked out in tandem, their expressions calm and confident. Countless small sects affiliated to Cloud Dream Mountain started planning to go to Cloud Dream Mountain to pay their respects. The cloud-like ribbons hung on the treetops. Baizeo walked to the edge of the cliff and looked southward, remaining silent. Where had his big brother gone? Jingjiu, how would he feel at the moment? The spring rain fell on the human world. Everybody could sense it, and they all knew that the immortal Lu Ci had left. Lu Ci had kept a low profile all his life, and his achievements were inconspicuous. As such, he would only occupy a small space in the history of Chao Tian. However, the unstoppable sword light from 3 years ago had completely changed his position in history. The deviant sects in the world had been eradicated, and the muddy river had turned red overnight. The Zhongzhou school was forced to close its mountain. The whole world was deathly quiet. Such a thing had never happened before. It wasn't until now that the people realized how powerful this sect master of Aoyama's sect was and how much influence he had on Chao Tian. Because of this, his departure would definitely cause a huge commotion. The situation of Chao Tian was on the verge of changing. As Bu Qiuxiao had said, the change of the situation of the Chao Tian land depended on that matter first. Who will be the next sect master of Aoyama? It was very quiet in Aoyama. It was even more so on the top of Tianguang Peak. Everyone, including the peak leaders, did not speak, nor did they move. They stood in place like statues. The shadow cast by the sheath of the inherited heaven sword on the stone monument grew shorter and then longer. In the end, it extended beyond the surface of the monument to somewhere unknown. It was like the perception of life at different stages of one's life. Time elapsed. The spring rain had gradually ceased. The warm red setting sun shone on the peaks, looking rather beautiful. "This is it," said Yuan Qijing. His back was not as straight as before, and his voice sounded a bit tired. It was unclear if it was because he had stood for too long or because he was getting old. The morning was over, and the next important event came to an end. The sad and nostalgic atmosphere was still lingering among the peaks, and it would last for a long time. Yet, the path toward heaven had to keep moving forward. It was not because the cultivation practitioners were heartless. It was the way Aoyama had always acted. All the disciples of Aoyama stepped on their swords in the air, waiting for the masters on the peak top to announce who the new sect master would be. The sword wheels given off by nearly 1,000 flying swords were extremely swift and fierce, as if they had become tangible. The ocean of clouds among the cliffs rippled and dispersed in all directions. The stone forest at the foot of the peak showed its true form, which looked like countless huge swords ready to fly up at any moment. The top of Tingguang Peak was completely revealed to the eyes of the crowd for the first time. The peak top was filled with flaky rocks, and a path could be vaguely seen among them, leading to a small hut behind the stone monument. There was an ordinary-looking chair in the hut. 300 years ago, when Tai Pingzhenren was imprisoned in the sword jail and Lu Xi was elected as the new sect master, he walked through this path and sat on this chair. Maybe he didn't like the memory of that day, or maybe he simply felt that the chair was a bit hard, or maybe he didn't like sitting on the edge of the cliff, which was closer to the ocean of clouds. All in all, Lu Xi didn't like this chair. He had never sat on it since he became the sect master, nor had he received his fellow disciples or juniors here. But it didn't change a fact. This chair was the seat of the sect master of Aoyama. Countless gazes fell on the chair. Who would sit on it today? Yuan Qijing was the person with the highest seniority, the oldest, and the highest realm in Aoyama's sect. It would be a matter of course if he took over the position of the sect master. But Tingguang Peak and Shanghai Peak had been in confrontation for many years. How could those elders and disciples be reconciled to this? Most of the disciples of Liangwang Peak were from Tingguang Peak. What kind of attitude would they show? Even if Yuan Qijing could suppress all the opposing opinions with his prestige and strength, he would inevitably cause a lot of criticism and dissatisfaction in Aoyama. Wouldn't it be too much to suppress the branch of Tingguang Peak as soon as the immortal sect master left? Most importantly, Yuan Qijing was older than Lu Xi, and he didn't have much time left in his life. It would be better for him to keep his identity as the Sword Justice and send the new sect master off. According to the seniority, the next one should be the sect master of Shilai Peak, Fang Jingtian. Fang Jingtian had kept a low profile for many years, his white eyebrows fluttering in the wind. He looked like a regular rich man, and he hadn't shown any special performance over the years. Yet, Yuan Qijing was the first disciple of Tai Pingzhenren, and Lu Xi was the second disciple, and he was ranked third. It was easy to infer that this person was not simple. Guang Yuanzhenren, the peak master of Shuriwei, kept an even lower profile. It wasn't until he wielded his sword at the West Ocean that the cultivation practitioners in Chaotian learned that his cultivation state was exceedingly high. He had reached the upper limit of the Broken Sea a long time ago and had a chance to enter the heavenly arrival state. These three were the most suitable candidates for the position of the sect master of Aoyama. Yuan Qijing was as solemn as usual, expressionless. Nobody could tell what was on his mind. Guang Yuanzhenren had a nonchalant expression on his face, as if he didn't care about what was going to happen next. Fang Jingtian stayed behind closed doors in the Hermit Peaks, so he didn't show up that day. The representative of Shilai Peak was an elder with the surname Wu. He guessed that something must have happened to the peak master who stayed behind closed doors in the Hermit Peaks and didn't show up on such an important occasion, so he felt resentful. He shot a glance at Yuan Qijing and said, "Shilai Peak recommends Guang Yuanzhenren." He had thought it through clearly that his peak master obviously had no chance of becoming the sect master this time, so it was better for him to stand out and support Guang Yuanzhenren first. Shuriwei Peak and Shilai Peak had always been on good terms with each other. More importantly, they couldn't let Yuan Qijing become the sect master no matter what. The rest of the elders and disciples of Aoyama didn't know the inside story, so they were startled, wondering what was going on. The peak master of Yunxing, Fu Wang, glanced over the faces of those people and realized that he didn't have many supporters. He sighed inwardly and said, "Yunxing Peak recommends Big Brother Fang." His idea was simple. Even if there was no hope, he had to make the situation a bit more chaotic. Nobody could tell what would happen in the end. Surprisingly, the peak master of Bihu, Chunyan, who was usually taciturn on such occasions, spoke up. He recommended Yuan Qijing. The former peak master of Bihu, Lei Poyan, was killed by Yuan Qijing's sword. It was unclear if the two incidents had any connection. A few of the most senior elders also stood up and recommended their own candidates for the position of sect leader. The scene became slightly chaotic. The disciples of the third generation of Aoyama didn't dare speak out, their emotions fluctuating along with the names being mentioned. Guinan Shan felt uneasy, worried that the Aoyama sect would be in chaos. But even though he was the principal disciple of Aoyama, he wasn't qualified to speak out at the moment. It was at this moment that a discontented voice rang out. Why don't we take a look at what's written in the posthumous edict of the sect master? The speaker was Bai Rujing. He and Mo Qi entered the sect at the same time. After the departure of the immortal Lu Si, he became the most experienced elder of Tianguang Peak. In a sense, his words represented the attitude of Tianguang Peak. Hearing this, many people came back to their senses. The elders who were eager to recommend a new sect master felt even more ashamed. The immortal sect master would of course leave a posthumous edict and make arrangements for the future of Aoyama. Why were they in such a hurry? Everyone turned to look at the stone tablet. The scabbard of the inherited heaven sword was there, so the posthumous edict should be inside. Bai Rujing looked at Yuan Qijing and said, "Sword Justice, please read the posthumous edict of the sect master." He knew that the immortal Lu Si wouldn't pass the position of sect master to Yuan Qijing. It might have something to do with the old resentment between Tianguang Peak and Shanghai Peak. More importantly, how could a junior brother pass the position to a senior brother? Yuan Qijing remained silent. He didn't say anything, nor did he intend to stand up and take the scabbard. It was quiet on the peak top. The twilight was not as warm anymore. Hundreds of disciples of Aoyama looked at the sword justice, whom they respected the most, not knowing what had happened to him. It was obvious that Yuan Qijing didn't want to read the posthumous edict. In other words, if there was a posthumous edict, he didn't want to carry it out either. Bai Rujing took 2 steps forward and asked while staring into Yuan Qijing's eyes, "Big brother, why don't you dare read the posthumous edict?" The atmosphere on the peak top became extremely tense. Guinan Shan and other disciples of Tianguang Peak showed hostility in their eyes. It was then that the sound of footsteps suddenly rang out. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Guinan Shan was stunned speechless. Jian Ruyun was the same, and then he felt an irrepressible anger. Bai Rujing thought his eyes were dazzled. Even Guang Yuanzhen was quite surprised. More people were in a trance, because the mental shock they had received was too great. Zhuo Rizhui opened his drooping eyes wide like bronze bells. Looking at the figure, he muttered reflexively, "Damn it!" Yuan Chu and Ping Yongka almost hugged each other out of excitement or fear. Gu Qing's face was pale, and he kept telling himself that his master was telling the truth. There were only 2 people on the peak of Tianguang Peak who could remain calm. Yuan Qijing sighed. Zhao Liu had already thought of this, but she looked in that direction in silence. The wind blew over Aoyama. A white robe, under countless gazes. Jing Jiu walked to the front of the stele. He stepped on the shell of the round turtle and took down the scabbard of the inherited heaven sword. Then, he walked to the chair, turned around, and sat down, saying to the others, "Let me do it." End of Volume 5. End of this chapter. Chapter 530. 1,000 years of longevity for Jinling's Shi Jidaosong dynasty. Xi and Qiji outside the wall, the autumn grass, and the good news. On the table, the hero. The golden soup creates the atmosphere. The pearls and jade float on the beach. Spring is near. The plum blossoms are hard to grow old. No regrets. The golden venerable falls. Feng Zhao sees. Can't keep. The river east is small. Go from Rong Zhuo. Tidy up the universe. Thousands of years from now on, it's the hall of governmental affairs. From propriety to spiritual stability, from knowing perfection to preserving one, from inherited will to the undefeated, from free swimming to breaking the sea and to the heavenly arrival state, The cultivation states of the Green Mountain sect were progressing one state at a time. For Zhao Liu, Rujui, and those names in the story, this was a natural process, and it looked simple, but it was not the case. Cultivation was a very difficult thing. About half of the practitioners would be stopped at each state. From a knowing Tong state to the breaking sea state, one needed to break through the state 5 times. It was easy to calculate that only 1 in 1,000 practitioners could reach that stage. Some cultivators didn't have enough talent, but they had strong willpower. They wanted to use years to break the threshold. But the problem was, how many years could they have if their state was not enough? Therefore, most cultivators would be sure that they had nothing to do with ascension, and then they would be stuck in a certain state. They knew that they would live here and then die here. This was a very despairing thing. But just like the mortal's attitude toward death, desperate things happened too many times, and they would naturally get used to it. This could be called numbness, but it was actually not thinking about it. Ming Guoxing was such a disciple of Aoyama. He had entered the initial state of the undefeated many years ago, and then there was no then. These years, he was responsible for registering visitors at the mountain gate. He had the title of an immortal master and did the work of a deacon. In these 2 years, he had finally become an immortal master at the South Pine Pavilion. But his nature had not changed, and there was no hope. He didn't expect to be as lucky as Brother Liu, who met those disciples and was rewarded with elixirs to break the state when he returned to the 9 Peaks. But his days at the South Pine Pavilion were comfortable. The admiration in these young people's eyes was really pleasant. Because of these admiring gazes, Ming Guoxing decided to say more today. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Do you know about the Platonist sect?" Those young outer court disciples nodded repeatedly, excitedly waiting for the next part. Some of them couldn't help but shout out, "It's Martial Uncle Jing Jiao. Little Martial Uncle is too amazing." Ming Guoxing smiled and said, "You know that he also came out of the South Pine Pavilion, but you probably don't know that I was the one who connected him to Aoyama. If asking for his name at the mountain gate and making a record could be considered as welcoming." He thought to himself, "Senior brother Liu won't come back to the South Pine Pavilion anyway." Hearing this, the outer sect disciples were very surprised. The way they looked at Ming Guoxing became even more passionate. They all asked what kind of person Martial Uncle Jing Jiao was. Ming Guoxing stroked his beard and squinted his eyes, as if he was recalling the scene of that time. That young man back then, his white clothes fluttered in the wind, and he was indescribably beautiful. One look, and I knew he was extraordinary. His voice suddenly stopped. The outer sect disciples were puzzled, wondering what was going on. Ming Guoxing walked to the window and looked at the peaks in the distance, his expression becoming solemn. The twilight shone on the sword-washing stream, like a golden whip in the hand of a god, ready to rise from the ground and lash out at any time. The young disciples by the sword-washing stream hadn't inherited swords yet, so they weren't qualified to go to Tianguang Peak. But compared to the outer sect disciples at the South Pine Pavilion and other places, they at least knew what was going on, so they were not in the mood to enjoy the beautiful scenery they had enjoyed for years. Gazing at the distant Tianguang Peak, they discussed in low voices who the new sect master would be. Some of them even thought about something even further away. Who among the disciples of the 3rd generation would become the future sect master in a few hundred years? Guanan Shan was the principal disciple of Aoyama, and Zhuo Rujui was the personal disciple of the immortal sect master. Both of them seemed to have a good chance of becoming the next sect master. Several other names were mentioned at the same time. Then, a certain extremely intelligent disciple used a single sentence to deny the possibility of these people above. Don't forget that Senior Master Liu and Senior Master Jing are still very young. It was true that Zhao Liu and Jing Jiao were the senior masters, but they were younger than Guanan Shan and Zhuo Rujui. How could the disciples compete with the elders for the position of sect master? But these 2 elders were so young that they couldn't even outlast them. It seemed that the young senior master might become the sect master in a few hundred years. The twilight shrouded the peaks. The top of Tianguang Peak was still brightly lit by the last sunlight, and the scene was very clear. Nobody spoke because they were all shocked. Countless gazes fell on the chair. It represented the position of the sect master of Aoyama. What was going on? What had happened? Why was Jingjio sitting there? The crowd wondered if they were seeing things or seeing things. The round turtle was very slow. He didn't realize what was going on until the inherited heaven sword had been taken away, uttering an ouch. The ouch woke everybody up. They all uttered the ouch in their minds as they remembered what Jingjio had just said. Let me do it. What are you doing here? Is it the wind or the rain? Are you waiting for the food or the dishes? Are you here to rest or to play? It can't be that. You're going to be the sect master. Sitting in the chair, Jingju lowered his head and looked at the sheath of the inherited heaven sword, showing no intention of getting up. The gazes in the crowd's eyes changed from bewilderment to astonishment, then to anger, and then to bewilderment again. You want to be the sect master of Aoyama? This was simply too preposterous. It was so ridiculous that the peak heads and elders didn't know whether they should be angry or laugh out loud. Nan Wang raised his eyebrows, feeling that it was quite interesting as he asked, "Is this really possible?" Guang Yuanjinren tilted his head and looked at Jing Jio curiously. Since it was a ridiculous matter, it had to be settled as soon as possible. Otherwise, how could the Aoyama sect keep its face? Yuan Qijing remained strangely silent, but there were always people who were more infuriated than him. "Are you crazy?" Bai Rujing walked out of the crowd and shouted at Jing Jio sternly. No one thought that Elder Bai had lost his composure, because many people thought that Jing Jio was crazy. If it weren't for the special occasion today, people would have liked to say to Jing Jio the mantra of Aoyama. The selection of the sect master of Aoyama is such an important matter that even if you are Jing Jio, you can't be so ridiculous. Yao Song's Han, Lei Il Kyung, and the other young disciples who had always admired Jing Jio felt quite embarrassed at this moment and turned their faces away unconsciously. Even a thick-skinned guy like Zhuo Rizhui felt a bit embarrassed and fanned himself with his hand. The people of Shima Peak were even more nervous. Gu Qing's face was a bit pale, and Yuan Chu and Ping Yongka were shivering together even though they weren't really hugging each other. Only Zhao Liu looked calm, as if she didn't know how serious the matter was. Jing Jio was calm as well, as if he wasn't involved in the matter, as if he hadn't stepped on the round turtle's back to take the inherited heaven sword, and as if he hadn't sat on the chair and said, "Let me do it." He withdrew his gaze from the sheath of the inherited heaven sword and looked at the disciples on the peak and in the sky, meeting hundreds of gazes. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" He said. "It's not like I wanted to be the sect master." Having said that, he patted the sheath of the inherited heaven sword, neither too lightly nor too heavily, as if he didn't feel anything special. It wasn't like those poets patting the railings upstairs, but more like fishermen patting the railings and singing. A sword will drifted out from the opening of the sheath. The peak heads and elders sensed it clearly that this sword was the inherited heaven sword will of the immortal sect master, which no one could forge. The sword will met the remaining mist on the peak of Tianguang Peak and condensed into countless tiny water droplets, which gradually took shape under the illumination of the setting sun. The crowd was astonished, wondering if this was the will left behind by the immortal sect master. As the water droplets grew denser and the words became clearer, the crowd became more and more nervous. Whose name did the immortal sect master write in the will? Was it Fang Jingtian, Guan Yuanjinren, or a peak head that no one had expected, like Nan Wang? Looking at the words that became clearer and clearer, Nan Wang's mood became somewhat heavy. She didn't have any ambition for the position of the sect master, but if her big brother doted on her so much, she would certainly accept it. Finally, the words appeared completely. The content of the immortal Lucy's will was very simple, consisting of only 5 words. Aoyama belongs to Jingjio. These 5 words couldn't be misread or interpreted as something else. The will of the immortal Lucy was very clear that the next sect master of Aoyama would be Jingjio. The crowd of Aoyama looked at the chair in shock again, but the expression in their eyes was different from before. They had thought Jing Jiao sitting on the chair had gone mad. Now they thought the world had gone mad. Was it really Jing Jiao? How could it be Jing Jiao? All the disciples of Aoyama were investigated thoroughly before they joined the sect. The background of Jing Jiao was very clear, and the Shanghai Peak had already concluded that there was no problem with it. He was the second son of the Jing family in Zhaoga City. He had pursued the Tao since he was a child and left home to seek the immortals everywhere. He was found by a disciple of the Shanghai Peak in a mountain village and brought back to the sect. Later, he had participated in the inherited sword competition, the sword trial, the plum meeting, and the Tao competition. He was famous for his swordsmanship and became the strongest swordsman of the young generation in Aoyama and even in the whole cultivation world. There were many disciples of Aoyama, like Yao Songshan and Lei Il Kyung, who admired him greatly. The title of Young Senior Master had become his exclusive title in Aoyama. His talent had surpassed the level of a regular genius, and the speed of his cultivation state improvement was probably the fastest in the history of Aoyama. After the Battle of the West Ocean, many people had been guessing his true identity in private, and they even suspected that he was the descendant of the immortal Jingyan. Regardless, Jing Jiao was merely a young man. He had been in Aoyama to learn the sword work for no more than 30 years, and his cultivation state was still far from that of the real swordsman. Why would the immortal Lu Si hand over Aoyama to him? It was deathly quiet on the top of Tianguang Peak. People didn't know what to do. The will of the sect master was so absurd. How could they accept it? But it was a will after all. At this moment, someone finally came forward. I object. The person who dared to oppose the will of the immortal Lu Si was not Yuan Shijing, who didn't want to read the will, nor was it Guang Yuanjinren, who had the highest cultivation state after Yuan Shijing. It was not even a second-generation elder, but a young disciple of the third generation, whose name was Jian Ruyun. Jian Ruyun was from Yunxing Peak, ranked 4th on Liangwang Peak, and had the title of a genius. However, he was merely an ordinary young disciple on such an occasion. No one had expected him to be the first to oppose the will of the immortal. Many disciples of Aoyama were surprised, but those who knew the past thought it was reasonable. Jian Ruyun's younger brother was killed by a devil man of the underworld while investigating the case of Zui Yi of Bihu Peak. He had always blamed Jing Jiao and Lu Shui for this. How could he watch Jing Jiao become the sect master of Aoyama? No, he wouldn't agree even if he had to die. Jing Jiao expected that someone would oppose the will of the immortal. He didn't care who would oppose the will of the immortal. All he did was shoot a glance at Yuan Shijing. According to the rules of Aoyama, this was a problem that should be settled by the sword justice. The position of the sect master is appointed by the will. This is the rule of the sect. Yuan Shijing continued while looking at Jian Ruyun. Do you know what you're doing? The will was enough. At least, it was written in the rules of the sect. As a disciple of Aoyama, disobeying the will of the sect master is a capital offense. Jian Ruyun landed on the peak top and bowed to Yuan Shijing, saying in a deep voice, I'll atone for my crime with my death, but I'm still against the will of the sect. This was the meaning of with my blood. Even when facing the sword justice of Aoyama, Jian Ruyun was still fearless and had no intention of retreating. Well, if he wasn't even afraid of death, what else could he be afraid of? Such a solemn and stirring attitude moved many people. Few cultivation practitioners were willing to sacrifice their lives to accomplish something, let alone to prevent it. Your opposition is not important, said Yuan Shijing. In fact, Jian Ruyun's life and death were not important to the Aoyama sect. He stood on the peak top, looking a bit lonely. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking wind. A fat disciple of Aoyama landed on the peak top, standing by Jian Ruyun's side. Yuan Shijing and the other peak masters didn't know him. If Jian Ruyun had some influence, who was this fat man? Zhao Lei knew that his name was Ma Hua. His cultivation state and talent were ordinary, but his mind was quite complicated. Zhao Lei was surprised that he had come forward. There were many people in Aoyama who admired Jing Jiao, but there were also some who envied him, disliked him, or even hated him. For various reasons, a dozen more disciples of Aoyama landed on the peak top, standing behind Jian Ruyun. Yuan Shijing said that Jian Ruyun's life was not important, but what about the lives of a dozen disciples of Aoyama? End of this chapter. Chapter 531. They would stop Jingjiu from becoming the sect master, even at the cost of their lives. This was tragic in the eyes of many people, but it was meaningless in Jingjiu's eyes. If he hadn't taken the sheath of the inherited heaven sword and accepted the edict, he might have said something indifferent at the moment. For example, if he was going to die, he should die somewhere far away from Aoyama. But he was the sect master now, so he had to be more particular in his actions. The problem was that he could only do things like the members of the Platonist sect and nothing else. If he wanted to be particular, he would have to do nothing. Sitting in the chair, he looked at the sheath of the inherited heaven sword and thought of Lu Ci on the other side of the sky. He found these things boring, so he didn't even glance at the scene. In the eyes of many disciples of Aoyama, he was not heartless, but calm. The problem was that nobody could be as calm as he was, even though they were all cultivation practitioners. Soon after, more people came forward. If Jian Ruyun and the other young disciples weren't strong enough, the people who came forward were different. This is a messy order. I can't accept it. Bai Rujing said with a grave expression. He represented Tianguang Peak, but he still came forward to oppose the edict of the sect master. Soon after, Elder Chung and a few other elders of Shilai Peak also landed on the peak top. More and more people landed on the peak top. The disciples of Aoyama were talking louder and louder. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The scene was so chaotic that it seemed to be on the verge of going out of control. Yuan Shijing looked around with a cold look in his eyes. All the sounds had disappeared. The peak top was enshrouded in the twilight. The young disciples landed on their swords and stood behind the masters of the peaks, feeling nervous and uneasy. Those important figures who could decide the future of Aoyama hadn't spoken yet. Fu Wang, the Yunqing Peak master, had an unsightly look on his face. If the immortal sect master's edict had mentioned Fang Jingtian, Guang Yuan Jinren, or even Nan Wang, he would have been able to accept it. But Jingjiu? Why couldn't he compete with such a young disciple? I also feel that sect master's posthumous edict is inappropriate. Fu Wang did not question the authenticity of the posthumous edict. He stared at Jingjiu in the chair and said, "You have only been in Aoyama for less than 30 years. Why do you have to be the leader?" Right when Yuan Shijing was about to speak, a cold yet extremely firm voice resounded. "We are the disciples of perfected Jingyang, the same generation as you. If he doesn't have the qualifications, what qualifications do you have?" Zhao Liu said expressionlessly. Fu Wang sneered. When he was about to say something, Guang Yuan Jinren raised his hand. He looked at Jingjiu in the chair and said after a moment of silence, "No one can deny your talent and ability in cultivation, but your state is too low, so it's hard to convince the masses." This was a clear statement of their attitude. The Aoyama disciples became even more nervous. Guang Yinjinren had displayed an extremely profound cultivation state and strength in the Battle of the West Ocean, and was regarded by many as the best candidate for the next sect master. Was he going to compete for the position? Since the immortal sect master had left a posthumous edict, Jingjiu should be in the right. However, the current Aoyama sect, indeed, needed a powerful and convincing swordsman to lead them in order to compete with the Zhongzhou school in Chaotian after the departure of the immortal Lu Ci. Jingjiu was indeed too young, and his experience and cultivation state were too shallow. Even those young disciples who admired him couldn't imagine what the Aoyama sect would be like after he became the sect master. Looking at those masters who had landed on the peak top to express their opposition, and Jian Riyun and Ma Hua, who had stood out in the beginning, Guanan Shan had a grave expression on his face. "What's wrong?" Zhuo Ruzhui asked in a low voice. "Do you think these people are ignoring the opinion of you, the principal disciple of Aoyama?" "No," Guanan Shan said. "I'm just wondering if my master's words don't matter anymore, since he has just left." "Do you support Jingjiu?" asked Zhuo Ruzhui after shooting him a glance. All I know is that it's my master's posthumous edict, said Guananshan. After a moment of silence, Rujui said, the problem is, when has the posthumous edict of our Aoyama sect ever worked? Hearing this, Guananshan fell silent as well. It was true that if the posthumous edict worked, would so many people of Aoyama have died back then? Jing Jiao was still as quiet as before, as if all this had nothing to do with him. Sitting in the chair, he looked at the sheath of the inherited heaven sword in his hand, saying nothing. He was not surprised by the current situation. The posthumous edict was of course important, but the Aoyama sect had a tradition of not following the posthumous edict. If the posthumous edict worked, how could his master's posthumous edict be torn into pieces in public? How could the position of the sect master passed on to his big brother be lost? Why did he and his big brother have to kill so many senior uncles to regain the position of the sect master? Aoyama cultivated the sword. The sword was meant to pierce through the sky. If they dared to pierce through the sky, what else would they be afraid of? The situation had reached a stalemate. Yuan Shijing was the sword justice of Aoyama, and he had the highest authority and status after the departure of the immortal sect master. But was he willing to suppress so many people for the posthumous edict of Lu Ci? Even if he thought the rules of the sect were more important than anything else, Aoyama would inevitably be in chaos, and many people might die. The Zhongzhou school had opened its doors, and the meaning was clear. How could the current Aoyama sect bear the cost of internal strife? Nobody noticed that Zhao Liu glanced at the disciple of Liangwang Peak, called Ma Hua, in such a chaotic situation. Ma Hua squinted his eyes. He didn't look at Jing Jiao in the chair, but at the expressions of Qi Yin and other elders of Shanghai Peak. Zhao Liu knew that this fat man didn't have the courage to resist the edict, but he knew that Yuan Shijing didn't want the Aoyama sect to have internal strife because of this. Ma Hua suddenly stepped forward and said, I remember the rules of the sect said that in such a situation, the peak should elect a new sect master. He turned to Yuan Shijing, bowed respectfully, and said, Senior Master, please make the decision. Yuan Shijing didn't say anything. Qi Yin, the elder of Shanghai Peak, heard this from a distance and frowned slightly, his empty sleeves fluttering in the absence of wind. There was indeed such a rule in Aoyama. If someone could get the support of 2/3 of the peaks, he could become the next sect master. But that was the case when the sect master didn't leave a posthumous edict. Now the situation was completely different. Why should they do this? Ma Hua seemed to know what many people were thinking. He said with a smile, because Senior Master Jing Jiao can't convince the masses. It was such a simple reason, but it was indeed powerful. Aoyama was realistic. Compared with the posthumous edict, the future of Aoyama was the most important. If no one supports him, where should Aoyama go if he becomes the sect master? Bai Rujing looked at Yuan Shijing and said, Big brother, please make the decision. Nan Wang, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened her mouth. Her eyes were a bit red, probably because she had drunk too much last night. She was obviously agitated, as she said, Can't you hurry up? If you want to vote, do it quickly. Yuan Shijing glanced at her with a strange expression and said, That's fine. Hearing this, there was another uproar. Since even the sword justice had agreed to this, it was a foregone conclusion. Bai Rujing didn't notice the look in Yuan Shijing's eyes. He felt relieved inwardly, thinking, Fortunately, it seems that even you don't want that kid to be the sect master. He didn't worry that Jing Jiao might get the support of 6 peaks. There were 9 peaks in Aoyama, and Liangwang Peak didn't have a right to speak, so there were 8 peaks left. Guang Yuanjinren, Fu Wang, Elder Cheng who represented Shilai Peak, Bai Rujing who represented Tingguang Peak, and Nan Wang who disliked Shinma Peak the most would all oppose the decision. Yuan Shijing agreed to let the peaks choose the sect master, which indicated that he didn't want Jing Jiao to be the sect master. He was forced to act that way because of the rules of the sect. Otherwise, Nan Wang wouldn't have given him a way out of the embarrassing situation. Even if Chen Yutian were cautious and cowardly to abstain, Jing Jiao could only get the support of his own Shinma Peak, which was far from the support of 6 peaks. No matter how one looked at it, it was a losing situation. As expected, Guan Yuanjinren and Fu Wang objected directly. If one more peak objected, Jing Jiu wouldn't be able to take over the position of the sect master. It was a sure win. Thinking so, Bai Rujing said calmly, I object as well. How could he miss such an opportunity to leave his name in the history of Aoyama? The peak became very quiet. Everyone was in a strange mood. Even many disciples of Aoyama who didn't support the edict felt a little sorry. Jing Jiu had just sat on the chair and announced that he would be the next sect master of Aoyama with the edict in his hand, but he was soon deposed. It was an extremely humiliating thing. Whether it was his dedication to Aoyama or something else, Jing Jiu didn't deserve such humiliation. Except for a few, most disciples and elders of Aoyama thought so. Jing Jiu lowered his head to look at the sheath of the inherited heaven sword. No one knew what he was thinking, or if he was too embarrassed to raise his head. Guan Yuanjinren's eyes were filled with pity. He was about to say a few words to Jing Jiu to comfort him. Jing Jiu suddenly raised his head. He had waited for a long time. Finally, someone brought out that sect rule. It was just like that time 700 years ago. People couldn't step into the same river twice. Could the same thing happen again? Of course not. At least not to him. He said to Bai Rujing, what right do you have to object? This question stunned many people at first, and then they felt worried. Could it be that Jing Jiu's Dao heart was too unstable because of the great ups and downs? Otherwise, why would he raise such an inexplicable question? Bai Rujing looked at Jing Jiu and smiled. It seemed to be pity, but it was actually disgust. He said, I represent Tianguang Peak. Of course I have the right to object. Jing Jiu said, what I'm asking is, what right do you have to represent Tianguang Peak? Bai Rujing was startled. He had never thought of this question. He said angrily, am I not qualified? The disciples of Aoyama were also startled. Everyone knew that Bai Rujing was the most powerful elder of Tianguang Peak and had the highest state. Now that the immortal master had left, he certainly had the right to represent Tianguang Peak. Jing Jiu leaned back in the chair and sat more comfortably. He didn't waste any more time talking to this person. Gu Qing walked out and explained, what my master means is, even if Uncle Master Bai has the right to represent Tianguang Peak, it doesn't mean that Tianguang Peak is willing to be represented by you. These are two different concepts. Bai Rujing finally understood what he meant. He laughed involuntarily and said, is there anyone who objects? I object. Guinan Shan stood out and stared at Bai Rujing with a calm expression in his eyes, without any wavering. I object too. Zhuoruzhui walked out while rubbing his eyes. Like Nan Wang, his eyes were slightly red, perhaps because he was too sleepy. End of this chapter. Chapter 532. There was an uproar. Guinan Shan was the first disciple of Aoyama, and Zhuoruzhui was the last disciple, the two most valued disciples of the immortal Lu Ci. Though they were only disciples of the third generation, they were not ordinary disciples of the third generation. They had always enjoyed a special status in Aoyama. Now, the two disciples of the first and the last stood out against Bai Rujing at the same time. Just like what Jing Jiu said, Bai Rujing, do you really have the right to represent Tianguang Peak? Bai Rujing was surprised, his body slightly stiff. He glanced at the other elders and disciples of Tianguang Peak. He had a high status on Tianguang Peak, and his prestige was growing day by day. However, those disciples avoided his line of sight, and some elders even stared at him angrily. Bai Rujing suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. He looked at Guinan Shan and Zhuoruzhui and said in a low voice, don't forget that I'm your senior uncle. Then, he suddenly turned around and shouted at Jing Jiu, do you think your tricks will work? I'm the most senior elder of Tianguang Peak. I'm in the state of broken sea. Who has the right to oppose me? Yes, it was a problem, but it was not a problem. So, Jing Jiu didn't pay attention to him. Mo Qi walked out, his ugly face full of regret and sadness. What about me, he asked. Bai Rujing said with a bitter voice, why did you come out? Do you want to compete with me? Mo Qi said, I've never competed with you for hundreds of years. But this time I have to. Because we are from Tianguang Peak, we have to carry out the posthumous edict of the sect master. But what are you doing? Zhuo Ruzhui said. That's what I mean. You've been opposing our master's posthumous edict since the beginning. What qualifications do you have to represent Tianguang Peak? Bai Rujing didn't pay attention to him. He stared at Mo Qi and said through gritted teeth, "Don't forget that I'm the big brother." Mo Qi seemed to be struggling, as if he didn't know whether he should say something or not. Jing Jiu glanced at Yuan Qijing. Yuan Qijing frowned slightly, looked at Bai Rujing, and said, Mo Qi entered the school one day earlier than you. Bai Rujing's face turned pale, and he said, "It should be clearly recorded in the register that I joined earlier. Otherwise, I could go to Shilai Peak to check." Yuan Qijing said indifferently, "You were the one who persuaded him to change. Do you want me to continue?" Bai Rujing's face turned paler. At this time, everyone knew that there must be a hidden story behind this matter, but no one knew exactly what it was. Does it matter if it's one day earlier or one day later? How baffling. Zhuo Ruzhui yawned and said listlessly. His words actually mocked Yuan Qijing, Bai Mo, and even Jing Jiu, who had been silent all this while. So what if you're the oldest? I'm still not convinced. He looked at Bai Rujing and said expressionlessly, "Then should we ask around Tianguang Peak to see how many people support you?" Jing Jiu found that he appreciated this kid more and more. Bai Rujing knew that things had come to this point and couldn't go on. He said to Jing Jiu with an extremely gloomy face, "Even if you succeed in provoking others, do you think anyone will support you?" Yes, even if Tianguang Peak supported the posthumous edict of the sect master, they only had one vote. Besides Shima Peak, who else would support Jing Jiu to be the sect master? Bai Rujing thought so, and so did Jinren, Fu Wang, and most of the disciples of Aoyama. "I support him." It was Nan Wang who spoke. Bai Rujing's face became even gloomier. Many people were so shocked that they couldn't speak. "If you agreed with the posthumous edict of the sect master from the beginning, why did you support Bai Rujing's decision to let each peak choose? I know this posthumous edict is messy, but it's his last wish. Of course, I have to support him," Nan Wang said indifferently. "And don't you think it's interesting? It was supposed to be a losing situation, but with the change of Tianguang Peak and Nan Wang's seemingly irresponsible vote, the situation suddenly turned around, and they saw a glimmer of hope. Shima Peak would naturally support Jing Jiu, so he had the support of 3 peaks. What if Yuan Qijing also voted for him? Bai Rujing looked gloomy, but his mood hadn't hit rock bottom yet. The current situation seemed dangerous, but it wasn't. After all, the other side had to get the support of 6 peaks, which was still far from enough. At this moment, Qin Yutian suddenly said, "Of course, I also support the posthumous edict of the sect master." Because of the incident with Lei Poyan, Bihu Peak had been keeping a low profile these years, even a bit timid. In many people's opinion, he would abstain at most. Why would he choose to support Jing Jiu? In fact, they weren't wrong. Qin Yutian was about to abstain, but at that moment he saw the white cat squatting by Zhao Leiu's skirt, and the white cat was looking at him with extremely cold eyes. He had recognized the other side, so what else could he do? Qin Yutian's statement caused another uproar, and Bai Rujing and others looked even gloomier. Fortunately, the situation was still under control. As long as they had one more vote, Jing Jiu would lose. That vote was in the hands of Shilai Peak. Elder Chung, who represented Shilai Peak, expressed his opposition to Jing Jiu's succession as the sect master without hesitation. This time, Jing Jiu didn't ask him what qualifications he had to represent Shilai Peak like he did with Bai Rujing. The dust had settled. Yuan Qijing didn't need to vote. Even if he supported Jing Jiu, it would be meaningless because it wouldn't be enough even if he supported Zhao Leiu. Unless you have the ability to defeat all the peaks like Taiping Jinren and the immortal Jing Yang. Bai Rujing looked calm, but he was actually extremely angry. He stared into Jing Jiu's eyes and said, "Otherwise, you won't be the sect master today." Jing Jiu still ignored him. "Then who will be the next sect master? According to this method, no one can get the support of the 6 peaks. Are we just going to leave the positions empty?" Nan Wang ignored Bai Rujing. He looked at Guang Yuanjinren and said unhappily, "What are you doing here?" Even Lu Xi and Yuan Qijing couldn't do anything to his little sister. So what could Guang Yuanjinren do? He didn't want to argue with her at all. He said without hesitation, "I recommend senior brother Yuan to be the next sect master." Many people thought that Guang Yuanjinren was the best candidate for the sect master, but he proposed Yuan Qijing. This was a bit surprising, but it was the best solution. Just like Nan Wang said, now that the two sides had fallen out, it would be difficult for anyone to get the support of all 6 peaks at the same time, which meant that it would be difficult to convince the masses. Now, in Aoyama, only Yuan Qijing, a figure in the heavenly arrival realm, had this prestige. Even though Yuan Qijing had been unwilling to be the sect master for some reason. Looking at the situation today, in order to avoid internal strife in Aoyama, he had to do it. The elders and disciples of the peaks all thought that this should be the final outcome of the day. Who dared to refuse? Meow, a cat's meow, suddenly came from the top of Tianguang Peak. Countless people looked in that direction and saw the white cat crawling out from under Zhao Liu's skirt. Guang Yuanjinren and Fu Wang's expressions changed slightly. Nan Wang's eyes widened in surprise, and Bai Rujing's expression was extremely vigilant, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. The disciples of Aoyama found it strange, wondering why there was a cat here. In the next moment, they saw the expressions of their masters, and they couldn't help but feel surprised, wondering what could be so scary about a little cat. Atta shook his body, and his long white hair spread out, looking like a dandelion. However, if one looked closely at the cat's hair, they would find that it was tufts of hair that looked like swords. Ordinary disciples of Aoyama didn't have such good eyesight, but they could feel a powerful and unimaginable pressure appearing on the top of Tianguang Peak. Countless muffled groans could be heard, and many disciples with lower levels fell to the ground with their legs weakened. Even someone like Zhuo Ruzhui had to release his sword will to resist the pressure. The disciples of Aoyama were extremely shocked, thinking that the pressure must have reached the reaching heaven state. This white cat, what kind of monster is it? However, everyone had already understood the meaning of the white cat's meow. I refused to accept it. Guang Yuanjinren said helplessly, "Lord White Ghost, please stop your power." Ada glanced at him, and the pressure on the top of the peak suddenly disappeared. Hearing the words, Lord White Ghost, the disciples of Aoyama immediately guessed its identity. They were shocked and excited at the same time. Everyone knew that there was a mysterious Lord White Ghost among the guardians of Aoyama. Few people had seen its real body. They didn't expect that it would appear today, and it was actually a cat. Gu Qing looked at Bai Rujing and said, "It's written clearly in the rules that the 4 guardians have to be consulted when the peaks elect a new leader." Ada walked to the small hut behind the stone tablet, and its fluffy white hair gradually smoothed down. It walked to the chair, jumped up, and landed on Jing Jio's lap. It turned its head slowly and looked at all the people on the peak. Its eyes were indifferent, and its temperament was extraordinary, as if it was looking down on the world. A hand fell on its head and then slid backward steadily and gently. Jing Jio praised, "Good boy." Countless people fixed their eyes on the small hut. Jing Jio sat on the chair. The white cat was lying on his lap, snoring softly. It was like countless thunders falling on people's hearts. This scene shocked many people, including Bai Rujing. After a while, he came to his senses. Thinking of Gu Qing's words, he felt a little bitter in his mouth. It was indeed written in the rules of Aoyama. To elect a leader, the guardians of Aoyama and the peak masters had their own votes. What was the attitude of the guardians on this matter? The other two didn't know, but the white ghost's attitude was very clear. It had already jumped up, its eyes had been touched, and it was already snoring. How else could a cat express its attitude? Guang Yuanjinren, Fu Wang, and Nan Wang vaguely knew about the recent situation of the white ghost, but they didn't expect that it actually stood on the side of Shinma Peak. Ada's attitude at this time was not because of Jing Jio's request, but because of its own thoughts. Of course, it didn't want Yuan Qijing to be the leader, otherwise how could it meet that dog in the future? Ada knew better than anyone else how a dog would bully its master. Back when Taiping Jimren took that dog with him in the Hermit Peaks, he had suffered a lot. Though Uta looked like a lazy cat who only knew how to lie in the bosom of a beauty and ignore everything else, he was nevertheless the guardian of Aoyama, so he wouldn't be careless when it came to his own interests. The situation was like the mountain path on Liangwang Peak, where the peak turned back and the road took a turn. The 8 peak masters and the 3 guardians of Aoyama made up 11 votes. To become the leader, one needed at least 8 votes. If Jingjiu could get all the votes, namely the support of Yuan Qijing, the dead dog, and the round turtle, he would become the rightful leader. Do you support him or not? Yuan Qijing asked while looking at the round turtle under the stone monument. Those disciples of Aoyama who hadn't been to Tianguang Peak were startled again. They had received too many shocks that day. They had thought that the turtle under the stone monument was a real stone turtle. Was it also a principal guardian? The round turtle didn't open his eyes. The twilight was over, and countless stars were shining in the night sky. The peak top was still bright, but it was even quieter. Everybody was looking at the stone turtle, waiting for his decision. Jingjiu was aware that it would take a few years for the round turtle to make a decision based on his dilly-dallying nature, so he uttered impatiently, twice. The round turtle opened his eyes and reached out his head to tear off a small piece of starlight and swallowed it. Then he uttered, with an indignant expression, softly. End of this chapter. Chapter 533. Jingjiu shot a glance at Yuan Qijing, meaning to ask him to hurry up. Yuan Qijing sighed and said, "That's it then." The disciples of Aoyama were confused, wondering what he meant by "that's it then." Shouldn't they announce the result before the song ends? Even if the Master Round Turtle supports the young senior master, he and the Master Knight Howler still support him. It was then that Yuan Qijing came to the front of the small hut and bowed to Jingjiu in the chair. Yuan Qijing of Shanghai Peak greets the sect master. This was his attitude. As for the dead dog's attitude, there was no need to ask about it. Though he could use this method to buy some time, it was unnecessary to do so. With the support of 2 principal guards of Aoyama and the sword justice, he should be qualified to sit on the position of the sect master. Thinking of this, Guangyin Jinren came to the front of the hut and glanced at Jingjiu meaningfully, then bowed to him solemnly. Lu Guangyin of Shuriwei Peak greets the sect master. Chun Yutian of Bihu Peak greets the sect master. Fu Wang of Yunxing Peak greets the sect master. A few peak masters came to the front of the hut one after another and greeted Jingjiu. Sitting in the chair, Jingjiu nodded his head while stroking the cat. Zhao Liu stood still on the same spot. Nan Wang didn't move either. Next came the elders of the peaks. Cheng Bizhen of Shilai Peak greets the sect master. Qi Yin of Shanghai Peak greets the sect master. Mei Li of Qingrong Peak greets the sect master. Greetings, sect master. Hundreds of disciples of Aoyama bowed to the small hut in unison. Hundreds of flying swords in the night sky lowered their tips at the same time, as if they were bowing to the sect master. The sword wills rose sharply and shot up to the sky. The clouds in the night sky dispersed, and the starlight grew brighter. The top of Tianguang Peak was filled with a solemn atmosphere. The sword peak in the distance reacted, accompanied by countless low, buzzing sounds. At least thousands of flying swords soared into the sky and aimed in the direction of Tianguang Peak as a congratulatory gesture. Under the illumination of the starlight, those dark and shallow flying swords emitted a silver or black luster. Perhaps it could not be said to be beautiful, but it had a soul-stirring grandeur. Upon seeing this, all the disciples of Aoyama were shocked speechless. Was this the legendary 10,000 sword salute? To be able to cause such a phenomenon, could it be that Jingjiu was born to be the leader of Aoyama? Even those who were most unwilling to accept Jingjiu as the sect leader couldn't help but have this thought after seeing this scene. The doubts and dissatisfaction in their hearts gradually weakened. At this solemn and dignified moment, a very discordant voice rang out. "I'm still against you becoming the sect master." Jian Riyun stared at Jingjiu, his eyes full of despair. "Unless you kill me." Jingjiu didn't pay any attention to him. This disregard enraged Jian Ruyun even more. With a whistling sound, he called out his flying sword. The expression in Zhao Liu's eyes grew cold, and she was ready to wield the thoughtless sword at any moment. Jian Ruyun didn't intend to kill Jingjiu, because he knew he was no match for Jingjiu. What he wanted to do was to commit suicide, to wash away the ugliness and sins of this world with his own blood. The flying sword pierced toward the center of his eyebrows, along with a bright rainbow. He had entered the initial state of the free travel a long time ago, and his sword work was extraordinary. Few people could stop him from committing suicide at such a close distance. Jingjiu still didn't take a look at him. There was a soft buzzing sound. The sword light halted in the air and then dropped to the ground, splashing some broken ice. "Why don't you let me die?" Jian Riyun yelled angrily and desperately while looking at Yuan Qijing. "I'd rather die than watch this evil scoundrel become the sect master of Aoyama. I don't care whether you die or not," Yuan Qijing said expressionlessly. "As a junior, you instigated the peaks to disobey the will. You should be punished in the sword jail. If you want to die, come out first." Jian Riyun was truly desperate this time. The caretaker disciples of Shanghai Peak came and took him away from Tianguang Peak. Yuan Qijing looked at Jingjiu. He was waiting for Jingjiu to speak. Now that he was the sect master, he had to say something. At least he had to review the past and look forward to the future. Jingjiu said, "Everything will be the same as before." The disciples of Aoyama listened attentively. "That's all," said Jingjiu. Upon hearing this, the disciples of Aoyama looked at each other in bewilderment, doubting their own ears. Was that all? Jingjiu was telling the truth. He had never been the sect master. Lucy I had done a good job. Let's do it the same as before. It would save us trouble. Besides, cultivation practitioners should practice cultivation. They had wasted a whole day's time, so there was no point in standing here. They should disperse as soon as possible. Yuan Qijing knew that he was such a person, so he said expressionlessly, "We'll discuss the details later." Dismissed. Having said that, he leapt up on his sword and flew towards Shanghai Peak. The disciples of Shanghai Peak bowed to Jingjiu hastily and followed him. The other peaks did the same, riding their swords and leaving. But the flying swords in the night sky were very slow. Many people couldn't help but turn their heads to look at the top of Tianguang Peak. The starlight shone on the small hut. Jingjiu sat in the chair, stroking the white cat. The white robe and the composure added a deeper meaning to the scene, which would remain in everyone's memory for many years to come. Yushan also left with the senior brothers of Shanghai Peak. Thinking of the scene where Jingjiu walked toward the small hut and sat on the chair with his white robe fluttering in the wind, she couldn't help but put her hands in front of her, and her eyes were filled with the light of the night stars. They were classmates in the Hall of Sword Washing. Later, she called Jingjiu senior brother, then senior uncle, and now she called him sect master. On another flying sword not far away, a disciple of Shanghai Peak surnamed Lu had a similar feeling. 30 years ago, he went to that small village and saw the person with natural Tao quality, as well as the young man in white who was lying on the bamboo chair. Tonight, the young man seemed to be wearing the same white robe, but the chair was different. Hundreds of flying swords were leaving Tianguang Peak and flying to different places at a very slow speed, full of reluctance. Those sword lights seemed to have stopped in the night sky and mixed with the stars in the sky, as if the sea of stars had fallen into the human world. The peak top became much quieter. The people of Shinma Peak didn't leave, nor did the elders and disciples of Tianguang Peak. Jingjiu took over the position of the sect master of Aoyama and naturally became the peak master of Tianguang Peak. Of course, he had to make corresponding arrangements. Guan Nanshan walked to the front of the hut and began to report the relevant affairs. In addition to the affairs of Tianguang Peak, he was also in charge of the disciples of Liangwang Peak. It seemed that he would talk for a long time. Looking at those quiet junior brothers and disciples and listening to Guan Nanshan's voice, Bai Rujing's mood became worse and worse. Previously, He could object to Jing Jiu being the sect master because Jing Jiu wasn't the sect master yet. Now that Jing Jiu was confirmed to be the sect master, he wouldn't make things difficult for him again. If he dared to do anything at this moment, it would be considered a rebellion. If he won, he would become the sect master. If he lost, he would be a treacherous traitor and be imprisoned in the sword jail, never to come out, just like senior Uncle Tai Lu, who didn't even have the qualification to wait for death in the Hermit Peaks. Bai Rujing's biggest ambition was the real power of Tianguang Peak, so he didn't dare to covet the position of the sect master. However, he felt that he at least had the qualification to not wait to be humiliated here. What else do you want, sect master? He didn't wait for Guananshan to say a few words. He stood up and said to Jing Jiu, "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." When he spoke, he didn't look respectful, but he didn't look sloppy either. He looked very calm. But for some reason, when the people on the peak heard the word sect master, they felt that it was full of sarcasm and mockery. Jing Jiu didn't get angry. Only a person with a guilty conscience would think that everyone was a ghost. A person who felt that he didn't deserve the title sect master would think that it was a mockery. Bai Rujing was slightly taken aback when he saw that Jing Jiu didn't respond. He bowed, turned around, and walked down the peak. Although he didn't forget the courtesy he showed to Jing Jiu, he was a little too fast. Moreover, Guananshan was still in the middle of reporting, but he left on his own. What did this mean? Gu Qing and Yuan Chu felt a little annoyed looking at the back of the senior uncle. Bai Rujing came to a place in front of the cliff and was about to ride his sword down the peak. He couldn't help but snort because of the frustration in his heart. It was very quiet on the peak. Everyone heard this cold snort. Then, everyone heard another voice. The immortal Lu Xi didn't like to talk long. Every time a disciple reported something, he would only respond with a Disciples like Zhuo Rizhui also inherited his master's habit. Therefore, the elders and disciples of Tianguang Peak were best at distinguishing the meaning of a by listening. They could easily hear the dissatisfaction and accusation in this seemingly questioning him. The top of Tianguang Peak became even quieter, like a dead silence. The starlight falling from the night sky became colder. Bai Rujing stopped and turned around to ask after a moment of silence, "Sect Master, do you have any other orders?" Jing Jiu lowered his head and stroked the cat, asking, "Why are you snorting?" Bai Rujing stared into his eyes and said word by word, "Can't we even snort in Aoyama from now on?" Lying on Jing Jiu's knees, Ada looked at the sad and indignant expression on Jing Jiu's face and thought disdainfully, "Who dares to snort at me except for Yuan Qijing?" Gu Qing took a step forward and looked at Bai Rujing, asking, "Uncle Master, do you have any dissatisfaction with my master being the sect master?" Bai Rujing was extremely angry to be questioned by a disciple of the younger generation. He couldn't stand it anymore and said in a stern voice, "I'd like to know if the sect master wants to punish me just because I snorted. The sect master has just inherited the position today. How impressive he is." Hearing this, Jing Jiu slightly tightened his hands, not knowing whether it was because of anger or something else. The problem was his hands had been stroking the cat. Ada felt a tightness on his back and subconsciously howled. The powerful consciousness appeared on the peak again, and the wind was howling. Bai Rujing sensed extreme danger and called out his flying sword subconsciously to block in front of him. At this moment, Gu Qing's voice rang out just in time. "How dare you? How dare you draw your sword against the sect master? What are you up to?" The peak became quiet again. After howling, Ada glanced at Jing Jiu with hidden bitterness and didn't do anything else. Everyone was looking at the flying sword in the night sky. Bai Rujing's face was very dark, and he cursed inwardly. It was obvious that this was a trap set up by his opponent to provoke him to attack. The problem was that anyone would do what he did when facing the extreme sense of danger. Despite his anger, he knew he had to take back his sword immediately, or he would be slandered by Gu Qing. With a thought, the flying sword flew back, but it didn't come back, along with a crisp sound of collision. A bright spark appeared in the night sky. A flying sword with a desolate aura appeared in the night sky and blocked his sword. All the disciples of Aoyama knew this sword, the sword of the universe. Bai Rujing looked at Jing Jiao in the chair with a livid face, wondering what he meant by this. Did he not only want to humiliate and frame me, but also want to fight with him? Just you alone? The people who were slowly leaving Tianguang Peak saw the spark in the night sky and knew it was the mark left by the collision of two swords. Everybody stopped what they were doing and looked at the top of Tianguang Peak. They couldn't help but feel startled when they saw the confrontation between Bai Rujing and Jing Jiao. What was the sect leader doing? Even the swordsmen like the immortal Guang Yuan and Fu Wang, who had a profound cultivation state, were startled, but they had a different question in mind. What they didn't understand was, how did Jing Jiao do it? Bai Rujing was not attacking with his sword, but withdrawing it, which was blocked by the sword of the universe. The distance between Jing Jiao and Bai Rujing was more than 10 times longer than the distance between the sword and Bai Rujing. Moreover, there was no fixed way to withdraw the sword. It depended on the invisible connection between the sword pill and the flying sword. It was much more difficult to block the opponent's withdrawing sword than to block the opponent's flying sword. Even if Jing Jiao was a rare genius in swordsmanship and had calculated all the sword paths of Bai Rujing, how could he see the connection and surpass the distance? Could it be that his sword was already so fast? Or was it just a coincidence? What happened next proved that it was not a coincidence. Bai Rujing forcibly suppressed his anger and the impulse to teach Jing Jiao a lesson and tried to withdraw the sword again. Another spark appeared in the night sky. Looking at this scene, Zhuorujui's eyes were full of puzzlement. Years ago on Cloud Dream Mountain, he and Jing Jiao had a sword fight, and thousands of sparks had appeared in the night sky. Tonight was obviously different from that day. Jing Jiao's cultivation state had obviously improved many times. But how many years had it been? Bai Rujing's face looked even more terrible after failing to withdraw the sword twice. In the eyes of some ordinary disciples of Aoyama, it seemed that he was attacking Jing Jiao, but was blocked by Jing Jiao. Jing Jiao stood up with the cat in his arms. Bai Rujing understood his meaning, his eyes turning cold and his eyebrows raised slowly. All the people on the peak top and on the flying sword in the night sky were very nervous. Until now, no one believed that Jing Jiao could defeat Bai Rujing, even though Bai Rujing had failed to withdraw the sword twice. One was a senior elder of Tianguang Peak in the state of Broken Sea, and the other was a young genius in the middle state of free travel. Both sounded powerful, but the gap between their cultivation states was so obvious. A gust of cool breeze blew over Tianguang Peak. Jing Jiao's figure disappeared from the hut. Bai Rujing uttered a clear cry, and then he used his fingers as a sword and hacked them forward. He didn't draw his sword, because the sword of the universe was there, and also because he knew clearly what a crime it would be to attack the sect master. Jing Jiao's figure appeared in front of him. Several wisps of sword wills had appeared in front of Bai Rujing, forming an indestructible barrier. This was the essence of the inherited heaven sword style. Jing Jiao's hand fell in the air in front of him. Crack, 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 crack. Countless dense sounds, like the sound of swords breaking. The barrier formed by the sword wills of the inherited heaven sword style was broken instantly. Two cracks appeared in front of Bai Rujing. He was sent flying backward like a stone being hit by a heavy blow and crashed heavily on the cliff. It was a loud bang. Gravel and broken pine were everywhere in front of the cliff. Bai Rujing leaned against the cliff, his body covered with blood. His face was pale, and his eyes were full of disbelief. It was quiet on the peak top. Jing Jiao walked back with the cat in his arms and sat in a chair, motioning for Guan Nanshan to continue. End of this chapter. Chapter 534. Those who stayed on the top of Tianguang Peak and those riding the swords in the night sky were all stunned after witnessing the scene. Elder Bai Rujing in the upper state of the Broken Sea had been defeated by Jing Jiao in the middle state of the free travel. How could it be possible? And he had been holding the cat the entire time. Looking at Jing Jiao sitting back in the chair, the people couldn't help but feel bewildered, thinking it was even more unbelievable than Jing Jiao becoming the sect master. Even Zhao Leiyu and Gu Qing, who trusted Jing Jiao unconditionally, couldn't believe their eyes. Nan Wang hadn't left the top of Tianguang Peak the entire time. "When did you break through the broken sea state?" he asked in surprise while looking at Jingjiao. In Aoyama, breaking through the states was usually described as entering a certain state, except for the state of the broken sea. Since the state of broken sea was included in it, there was no need to go through so much trouble. This habit started more than 600 years ago. "A few days ago," replied Jingjiao. Guan Yuanjinren happened to hear the question as he flew back to the peak top. He couldn't help but smile bitterly in his mind, feeling less shocked. He had said earlier that Jingjiao was not qualified to be the sect master because his cultivation state was too low. He didn't expect Jingjiao to have broken through the broken sea state. Though Jingjiao was still a distance away from the broken sea state, he was already in a higher state. If someone in the broken sea state was not qualified to be the sect master, would he have to stay in the hermit peaks until he reached the heavenly arrival state? Moreover, Jingjiao was still very young. Even Nan Wang and Guan Yunjinren were so surprised, to say nothing of the elders and regular disciples of Aoyama. Jingjiao had been cultivating on Green Mountain for no more than 30 years, and he had already entered the broken sea state. Nobody had ever seen or heard of such a thing, and they didn't even dare think about it. People often said that he was probably the genius with the fastest cultivation speed in the history of Aoyama, but the word probably should be crossed out. To say nothing of the Aoyama sect, he should be the fastest practitioner in the entire cultivation history of Chaotian. There were no suitable words to describe such an unimaginable achievement. Perhaps only the words world-shaking could barely be used to describe it. Countless shocked and admiring gazes fell on Jingjiao. However, there was still an unimportant question that no one could understand. Even if Jingjiao succeeded in breaking through the state, he was only in the initial stage of the broken sea state, far inferior to Elder Bai Rujing. How could he defeat his opponent so easily? Is the innate invisible sword body this powerful at the later stages of cultivation? Guan Yuanjinren looked at Jingjiao and said with emotion. After the sword trial of Aoyama many years ago, the peak masters had stayed behind to discuss Jingjiao. Some of them suspected that he was the successor of experiencing the mortal world at the Guachang Temple. But in the end, they concluded that he should have the rumored innate, invisible sword body and should be trained well. Even the sword sect of Aoyama didn't know much about the innate, invisible sword body, and nobody knew what would happen when one's cultivation state improved. The news had spread a long time ago. Many people knew that Jingjiao had the innate, invisible sword body, but nobody had ever seen him fight, so they had gradually forgotten about it. It wasn't until they saw the scene on the peak top that night and thought of the innate, invisible sword body that they were so shocked that they couldn't calm down for a long time. Jingjiao was already so powerful when he had just entered the broken sea state. If he had a higher cultivation state, wouldn't he be able to fight against someone in the heavenly arrival state? At this moment, everyone thought that they understood why spiritual master Lu Xi had left behind that edict. He was aiming for the future. The sword justice didn't become the sect master because he was thinking about the future. The future of Aoyama was Jingjiao. Jingjiao, of course, knew he didn't have the innate, invisible sword body, but he wouldn't deny what Guan Yuanjinren said. Anyway, nobody had ever seen the innate, invisible sword body or the netherworld fairy sword, so he could cover it up. Bai Rujing's disciples helped him up, but they didn't dare to help him leave. They stood nervously in front of the cliff. Guan Yuanjinren bowed to Jingjiao to plead for mercy for Bai Rujing. Elder Mo Qi and other elders and disciples of Tianguang Peak also pleaded for mercy for Bai Rujing. They were dissatisfied with Bai Rujing's performance that day, but he had lived on Tianguang Peak for hundreds of years after all, so they couldn't bear to see him in such a miserable state. Moreover, everybody could tell that the punishment was imposed by the sect master on purpose. Otherwise, why would Master White ghost howl at that time? And why would Gu Qing say that? Guanan Shan, Gu Han, and others knew clearly why Jingjiao did that. It was something that had happened many years ago. It was something that had happened to Lu Shui. It was true that Jingjiao had made up his mind that he would beat up Bai Rujing as soon as he entered the broken sea state. Thinking of this, Guhan felt a bit chilly, and Yusiluo and other disciples felt a bit conflicted. The relationship between Tianguang Peak, Liangwang Peak, and Shinma Peak had never been good. If the sect master held a grudge against them, what would they do in the future? Zhuo Ruzhui looked at Jingjiu with a complicated expression in his eyes. He didn't plead for mercy for Bai Rujing, nor did he worry that Jingjiu would hold a grudge against him. In the illusionary realm of the green sky mirror, he had helped Jingjiu kill many people. Jingjiu was quite familiar with the expression in his eyes at the moment. The expression in his eyes contained a hint of yearning, envy, and helplessness. 600 years ago, after he and his big brother had killed those senior masters, Lu Xi and Yuan Qijing had the same expression in their eyes when they looked at him. As he thought of Yuan Qijing's sword arrived. The wild grass on the top of Tianguang Peak was covered with a thin layer of frost. The voice of Yuan Qijing came out from the 3-foot sword amid the slight snow. Bai Rujing has been disrespectful to the sect master. He will be sent to the sword jail to reflect on his actions for 3 years. This was a heavy punishment, but it was not too severe considering that the cultivation practitioners had a lifespan of hundreds of years. Jingjiu didn't say anything. A moment later, the voice of Yuan Qijing rang out from the 3-foot sword again. What do you think, sect master? Everybody looked at Jingjiu. Jingjiu uttered, Bai Rujing was taken away by a caretaker disciple of Shangda Peak. Even if he was locked in the sword jail, he wouldn't live in a cell that was too bad, and Jian Ruyun could be his companion. Guang Yuanjinren had indeed left. The sword lights flashed in the night sky, and the people disappeared into the peaks. Standing in front of the hut, Guan Nanshan thought of the interrupted report, wondering if he should continue. As he was about to continue, Nan Wang came over and said to Jingjiu, I have something to ask you. The disciples of Tianguang Peak grew nervous again, thinking that the peak master of Qingrong didn't address him as the sect master. Given his petty and vengeful temperament, would something happen to him? Jingjiu didn't even think about it, asking, what's the matter? When Lu Xi was still alive, Nan Wang seldom called him the sect master. Calling him Big Brother was a sign of respect. After a moment of silence, Nan Wang suddenly said, It's not a big deal. Let me borrow Ada for a while. Having said that, she grabbed Ada without waiting for Jingjiu's consent and mounted the zither sword, heading toward Qingrong Peak. Ada was held in her bosom. He poked his head out from her shoulder and looked at Jingjiu innocently. Jingjiu knew that Ada was nervous at the moment, but he didn't mind it after some thought. He signaled with his eyes that he trusted Ada and that Ada shouldn't let him down. The starlight shone on the zither sword, reflecting countless faintly discernible sword strings, which would bend and shrink from time to time, looking like question marks. After being interrupted twice in a row, Guan Nanshan gave up on the idea. He introduced the situation of Tianguang Peak briefly and asked Jingjiu to explain it to him. This time Jingjiu didn't dismiss the meeting right away. He glanced at the crowd of Tianguang Peak and then fixed his gaze on Mo Qi, saying, You're too honest. You can't do that. The elder Mo Qi nodded repeatedly, thinking that the new sect master knew him very well. Jingjiu looked at Zhuo Ruzhui and shook his head. Zhuo Ruzhui wasn't convinced, yelling, Senior Master. Jingjiu uttered him. Zhuo Ruzhui cleared his throat and asked again in a gentler tone, Senior Master, why did you shake your head? Jingjiu said, You're too smart, so you're not suitable. Zhuo Ruzhui thought, So that's how it is. I don't have anything else to say, so I left happily. I'll leave Tianguang Peak to you. Jingjiu said to Guan Nanshan, Just one thing. If you want to do anything in Liangwang Peak, you have to go to Shinma Peak and ask me first. Guan Nanshan was surprised, thinking that there were so many senior masters in Tianguang Peak. How could he be in charge of it? And why did he have to go to Shinma Peak to ask him? Mo Qi was also confused, asking, Sect Master, don't you live in Tianguang Peak? Jingjiu said, I haven't lived there before. I'm not used to it. He was used to living in Shanghai Peak, but he didn't like it. Besides, Yuan Qijing wouldn't let him live there. Having said that, Jingjiu didn't say anything else. He put away the sword of the universe and stood up, ready to leave. Zhao Liu called out the thoughtless sword and pulled Jingjiu's hand, disappearing into the night sky like a red line. Gu Qing called out his ordinary flying sword, which hadn't been replaced yet, and followed them hurriedly. Yuan Chu raised his eyebrows, feeling overjoyed, thinking that it was great that his senior master still lived in Shinma Peak. Ping Yongka couldn't figure out why Jingjiu was so happy. He looked at him innocently with his hand in the air, thinking, "Big brother, you have to take me with you." After returning to Shinma Peak, Ping Yongka finally realized why Big Brother Yuan Chu was so happy. His master was now the sect master of Aoyama, but he still lived in Shinma Peak. His status in Shinma Peak was naturally different from before, and his disciples. Wait a moment. He finally realized what had happened, and was stunned. His master had become the sect master of Aoyama? Jingjiu wondered if what had happened today was a hallucination. He was still behind closed doors in the Grand Hall. Were those the inner demons? He looked at Yuan Chu and Gu Qing, hoping to get their help. But he found that these two big brothers didn't look right either. Yuan Chu had calmed down from the ecstasy. He was sitting by the cliff's edge with Gu Qing in a daze, looking at the silvery clouds under the night sky. No one knew what they were thinking. Ping Yongka walked over and lay down by their side. After a moment of silence, he suddenly asked, "Does this count as a victory without doing anything?" "Of course it counts, but I feel a great pressure." After a moment of silence, Yuan Chu said earnestly, "I'll start to stay behind closed doors tomorrow. I can't bring shame to the sect master." Gu Qing fell silent, as he thought that speaking of pressure, he didn't want to criticize them. No cat could be seen by the cliff's edge that night. Cold Cicada was chewing on the cold chalcedony happily. When it was full, it turned over and started cultivating facing the starlight. Gu Qing shot a glance at Cold Cicada, feeling a bit jealous. Jingjiu and Zhao Liu were in the highest manor cave on Shinma Peak. The starlight shone down from above the manor cave and shone on them. Sitting on her knees by Jingjiu's side, Zhao Liu looked at him in silence. "Does this count as getting back what you've lost?" she asked, her black and white pupils exceptionally bright. "I've never been a sect master, and I don't want to be one," said Jingjiu. What had happened that day had shocked the 9 peaks of Aoyama, and it would shock the whole of Chaotian in a few days. The 3 disciples of Shinma Peak were so shocked that they started talking nonsense. Yet, Jingjiu himself was quite calm. It was true that he had never been a sect master, but he had been the great sect master for at least 300 years, so he didn't feel anything special about it. In fact, it was a demotion. It was nothing to be excited about. As the sect master of Aoyama, he had to deal with many affairs, and he often had to decide the life and death of many people with one word, which was contrary to his temperament. If he didn't want to hold the sheath of the inherited heaven sword in his hand, he wouldn't agree to it, even if Lu Xi came back to life. Well, he would think about it if he could come back to life. Zhao Liu said, "It's a happy occasion after all. We can celebrate it even if it's not the new year." Jingjiu understood what she meant. He held her in his bosom and patted her back with his free hand. Zhao Liu leaned against Jingjiu with her eyes closed, a contented smile on her face. Though it was a matter of course for Jingjiu to be the sect master of Aoyama, she was still quite happy about it. "Did you plan everything that happened today?" she asked curiously. As Gu Qing said, "A sect master needs to convince the masses." Jingjiu continued, "I can't convince them with my current cultivation state, so I've made my choice then." In Aoyama, his true supporters were Yuan Qijing and Ada. Ada was the Grandmaster of Bihu Peak, so he had 2 votes. Yuan Qijing was the current master of the Dead Dog, so he had 2 votes. In addition, Shinma Peak had an iron vote, so he had 5 votes. No matter what Bai Rujing did, Tingguang Peak would support Lu Xi's will in the end, which was another vote. Even if you have confidence in the Master Round Turtle, you only have 7 votes. Zhao Liu suddenly thought of this. She sat up straight and said while staring into Jingjiu's eyes, "You might lose today. As long as one of Yunxing Peak, Shilai Peak, Shuriwei Peak, and Qingrong Peak didn't support him, he would lose the position of the sect master. Judging from his situation, this was likely to happen. Jing Jiao uttered Zhao Liu asked, "What if I lose today?" "I'll just leave," said Jing Jiao. If he was kicked off the position of the sect master after being identified by the will, what else could he do? He was too ashamed to stay in Aoyama any longer. Though Jing Jiao spoke calmly, Zhao Liu's Dao heart was in turmoil. She had never thought that Jing Jiao would leave Aoyama one day. All of a sudden, she understood why Jing Jiao wanted to push the situation to the path of voting. It was because he was tired. He had been trying to find those ghosts since he returned to Aoyama. It wasn't until the Battle of the West Ocean that he found out there were so many ghosts. If he couldn't get the support of the peaks today, his tiredness would come true, and he would no longer pay attention to the affairs of Aoyama from then on. He might be trying to find an excuse for himself to leave, or he might be giving the disciples of the later generation a last chance to persuade him to stay. Thinking of this, Zhao Liu felt a bit sad. "Do you feel better?" she asked in a low voice. Jing Jiao thought of Mo Qi, who had finally shown courage after hundreds of years of compromise with Bai Rujing, Guanan Shan, Rizhui, and Nan Wang. Nobody knew what was on Nan Wang's mind. He was worried about Ada. Seeing that Jing Jiao didn't say anything, Zhao Liu's pity turned into unwillingness and ruthlessness. She said in a low voice, "Even if someone has to leave, it should be them. Everything had to be first come, first served. What happened 700 years ago was similar to what happened tonight. Big Brother lost, but he didn't leave. So many people died later." Jing Jiao said, "Killing people like that once is enough." Zhao Liu understood what he meant, but she remained silent. Jing Jiao stopped talking about these things. He picked up the sheath of the inherited heaven sword and said, "Come out." With a fluttering sound, a blue bird flew out from inside. End of this chapter. Chapter 535. Feeling startled, Zhao Liu reached out her palm. Qing'er landed on Zhao Liu's palm while flapping her wings, saying, "Hello, little Liu. Long time no see." Having said that, she changed back to her human form. She was still so small that she could dance on Zhao Liu's palm. However, her spiritual body had become more solid, indicating that she had progressed a great deal on that path. Zhao Liu looked at Jing Jiao and asked, how could she be in the sheath? Qing'er was the true spirit of the heavenly state, but she had to occupy a certain space after she became a solid entity. How could she hide in a sheath? The sheath of the inherited heaven sword was not the green sky mirror. "This sheath can hide anything," said Jing Jiao. Zhao Liu thought that a magic treasure of a high state couldn't hide anything, but she suddenly thought of the name of the sword and understood what he meant. She asked uncertainly, "If it can hide anything, it can hide anything. Isn't it the same as hiding the world?" "It has the same meaning, but it's not the same thing." As Jing Jiao said this, he put the sheath back into the world, and then felt relaxed. Though Jing Jiao looked calm during the 3 years he was away from Chaotian, he was actually quite nervous. What if the sheath fell into someone else's hands? Qing had been staring at Jing Jiao the entire time. As she saw the sheath of the inherited heaven sword disappear, she curled up the corners of her mouth, revealing a strange smile. "The immortal is right. You're indeed afraid of death," she said. Jing Jiao was indeed afraid of death, and he didn't think it was a shame. Yet, he didn't understand why it was shameful for a cultivation practitioner to be afraid of death. Yet, there was nothing to explain about it. Zhao Liu was aware that the two of them had some issues, so she didn't want them to quarrel. "Where did you go with the immortal?" she asked. Qing'er said, "We went to Penglai Island first and found the rumored grandmaster of the godly boats. We bought a boat that could travel faster than the flying sword." Jing Jiao said, "That boat isn't as fast as the sword." I said he should have taken the sword with him. Qing'er ignored him and continued to talk to Zhao Liu. "That ship is really fast. It only took a few days to reach Fog Island." Jing Jiao said it wasn't fast, and he didn't take any money with him when he left, so the boat must have been stolen. Qing couldn't take it anymore and yelled at him. Even Zhao Liu felt that Jing Jiu was a little annoying and strange, so she signaled Qing to continue. Lu Xi took Qing to the Misty Island in the South Sea. After confirming that it still couldn't be opened, they went to the huge whirlpool to enjoy the scenery for a few days. In the end, it took them a long time to reach the other side of the sea. There are actually many elves living on the other side of the sea. They are very beautiful and have transparent wings. They look a bit like me, Qing said to Zhao Liu happily. If I didn't know where I came from, I would have thought they were my people. Jing Jiu said, those elves are too thin and sensitive. They are very annoying. Qing glared at him and continued, but those elves are indeed annoying. They think we're the bad guys, and they don't believe us no matter what we say. Fortunately, a huge giant, really huge, like a mountain, woke up and helped us out. My friend, said Jing Jiu. Qing was annoyed, and Zhao Liu felt helpless, thinking that they both knew the truth, so there was no need to interrupt them. After parting ways with the simple and honest giant who could only say one word, Aya, but could express infinite meanings, Lu Xi took the green girl to the depths of the continent. They saw the rivers that were dirtier than the muddy river, the palaces more magnificent than the education palace of the Qi kingdom in the green sky mirror, and the cold lands more desolate than the barren lands on the cold mountain. They saw the wild animals with a single horn, the flying horses, the vicious black dragons, the mud-like monsters, and 17 human kingdoms and a kingdom of elves. They saw many beautiful and ugly things, as well as noble and despicable things. It was the same as what Jing Jiu had seen many years ago. Those places were not so different from those in Chaotian. Zhao Liu asked curiously, did you encounter any problems? Of course I did, but they were all killed by the immortals, said Qing. Lu Xi left Chaotian after killing everyone there, so he didn't feel it would be a waste to go to another land. Jing Jiu said, if I had a sword with me, it would be easier for me to kill them. He had been to that land and knew that there were some swordsmen there, including his friend the giant, but their overall strength was far inferior to that of Chaotian, so he wasn't worried. Qing sneered and continued, a few days ago he thought it was about time, so he brought me back. This was the method of traveling sword. Back when Jing Jiu's cultivation state was still low, he had informed his friend the giant through the thoughtless sword through traveling sword. Jing Jiu asked, have you stayed in the land of West Wind for 3 years? Qing asked with widened eyes, are there other lands? Jing Jiu said, some of them are even worse than the land of West Wind. Some of them are even an island. Qing said regretfully, if I had known there were other lands, I would have gone there to have a look. Jing Jiu said he didn't want to bring his sword with him, and he drifted so slowly, so he couldn't go to many places. Qing couldn't stand it anymore. She flapped her wings and flew to the front of Jing Jiu, yelling, you just can't get along with the sword. Jing Jiu didn't say anything more. Zhao Liu didn't know what was wrong with Jing Jiu that day. She realized after a while that Jing Jiu merely wanted to interrupt Qing to tell the story more slowly. It was because this was the last story of Lu Xi. In the next moment, Qing realized it as well. Lu Xi had already left. A traveling trip, a spring rain. It became quiet in the manor cave. The three of them fell silent for a long time. All right, Jing Jiu asked Qing, where's the green sky mirror? Qing came back to her senses abruptly. What do you intend to do? She demanded while staring at Jing Jiu cautiously. It's mine, Jing Jiu said. Lu Xi and I stole the green sky mirror from the Cloudtree Mountain. The person who suggested it was Tong Yan. He promised to give the green sky mirror to me. By now, Qing realized that she had been given to Aoyama by Tong Yan. She couldn't help but exclaim angrily, why are you chess players so unscrupulous? She had thought of this statement dozens of times over the years, and she had said it a few times. Jing Jiu didn't care about it. It's not safe outside, he reminded her. Qing sneered, don't worry. It's very safe, but you should worry about yourself. What she said had a deeper meaning. Jing Jiu shot her a glance and said, Tong Yin is in the Hermit Peaks. Do you want to see him? Qing said, I don't want to see him. I finally realized that humans are not good people. Jing Jiu said, humans are not good people to begin with. What about you? Asked Qing. After a moment of silence, Jing Jiu asked, do you regret it? Qing said after a moment of silence, I don't know why people think so much until I become a human. I don't even know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Jing Jiu didn't ask further about this matter. Where are you going to live? He asked. Jing Jiu wouldn't take out the sheath of the inherited heaven sword, so Qing couldn't live in it any longer. I can go back to the green sky mirror at any time, said Qing. You don't have to worry about me. Jing Jiu sent a thin strand of sword awareness onto her skirt. Qing shot a glance at Jing Jiu, turned around, and flew toward the starlight above, disappearing from sight soon after. Jing Jiu sensed that the strand of sword awareness had disappeared, feeling a bit surprised. He had predicted that Qing would go back to the green sky mirror, so he left that strand of sword awareness behind in an attempt to find out the location of the green sky mirror. Unexpectedly, Qing had found out about it, and the most unexpected thing was that Qing had the ability to erase that strand of sword awareness. It was a good thing that nobody could find the green sky mirror. Jing Jiu got up and walked to the outside of the cave. Seeing 3 people and a cicada in cold weather by the cliff's edge, he thought of the cat again and looked at Qingrong Peak on the opposite side. The ocean of clouds was lower after the spring rain. The starlight was like the water, illuminating the sceneries on Qingrong Peak clearly. The black rock and the flowering tree on top of Qingrong Peak were still in their former positions. The flowering tree was in full bloom, but Jing Jiu didn't see anyone or alcohol, which made him feel worried. It was well known that the peak master of Qingrong, Nan Wang, liked drinking and even drank excessively. She liked to lie on the rock on the peak top and drink alcohol while facing the flowering tree. If she didn't drink alcohol on a certain day, it meant that something significant had happened, or she was in a bad mood. In the deep part of the manor cave, Nan Wang pressed Ada down and looked down his eyes, asking, Who on earth is Jing Jiu? Ada meowed twice in her bosom, sounding a bit dull. Nan Wang sneered, Don't tell me you don't know anything. What happened to him when you killed Nan Chu on the Barren Mountain? What happened to the West Ocean? Why did you go to Shima Peak from Bihu Peak and behave so well in front of him? Ada was the principal guard of the heavenly arrival state, and his cultivation state and status were higher than hers, the peak master of Qingrong. But he really didn't want to offend this woman. Back when Lu Xi assigned Bihu Lake to Nan Wang as a forbidden land, she wasn't even the peak master of Qingrong. How could he dare say no? Even if it was the bathwater, he would still have to drink it. Well, it was not bad. It felt like being held in her bosom at the moment. Was it a seduction? But how should he respond? Ada was troubled. If the true identity of Jing Jiu was known by Nan Wang, he would be the shortest sect master in history. Though it seemed that Jing Jiu could defeat by rouging easily on the top of Tianguang Peak, there was more to it than met the eye. Ada was certain that he couldn't defeat Nan Wang, especially when Nan Wang was in a frenzied state. Haven't you already guessed it? Why do you still ask me? Ada gave an ambiguous answer with his spirit sense. Nan Wang snorted and said, There are so many rumors about him in the cultivation world. How can I know which one is true? Which rumor is the most popular? There must be a reason behind it. Ada squeezed his head out with difficulty and found the wind was fragrant, warm, and soft. After a long moment of silence, Nan Wang asked, Is he really a descendant of Jingyang? Ada meowed, indicating that he had the smell of Jingyang on him. Nan Wang said thoughtfully, That's why you were so obedient to him and even willing to guard his house for him. Ada told him with a pitiful look that he couldn't afford to offend her master and senior uncle, nor could he afford to offend this young master. Otherwise, what if her senior uncle came back one day? Nan Wang frowned. Did Lu Xi pass the position of sect master to him because he knew his identity? Ada meowed again. Nan Wang asked, Where did Lu Xi die? Ada indicated that he didn't know. He had observed everyone carefully on the top of Tianguang Peak. When the sheath of the inherited heaven sword was inserted into the stone tablet, Yuan Shijing's back was a bit hunched. Guang Yuan Jinren sighed. Wen Nanshan's face was a bit pale, and many people looked sad. Only Nan Wang and Zhuo Rujui's eyes were red, indicating that they had been crying. How could a cultivator be like this? Ada looked at her with pity, thinking that it was no wonder that her state of cultivation had been improving so slowly. It turned out that she was still a sentimental person. Thinking of this, he tapped her with his two front paws to comfort her. Nan Wang grabbed her by the neck and walked out of the cave, saying, "Why are you still acting like a rascal?" Ada meowed, thinking that it was his nature. Besides, didn't he do it on the top of Bihu Peak and on the boat in the lake? Standing by the cliff's edge outside the manor cave and looking at Shinma Peak on the opposite side, Nan Wang suddenly asked, "Who did Jingyang have him with?" End of this chapter. Chapter 536. Ada sensed a strong sense of uneasiness. If he didn't have a high cultivation state, he would have exploded into a dandelion. He looked up at Nan Wang with an innocent expression, indicating that Jing Jiao didn't even know about it. It seems that he has been to Shui Yunanary. Nan Wang murmured to himself while looking at Shinma Peak on the opposite side. Ada meowed once, thinking that he wasn't by his side at that time. Nan Wang raised his thin eyebrows slightly, reprimanding him. "You've been with him for so many years, but you don't know anything? Keep a close eye on him when you get back." After saying this, she directly threw it into the sky. Among the 9 peaks of Aoyama, Shirue Peak was the closest to Shilai Peak, only a stone beam away. Shima Peak was the loneliest. Even Qingrong Peak, the nearest peak, was a few miles away. Only a swordsman in the upper state of the Broken Sea, like Nan Wang, could throw a cat so far away. Ada turned into a white shadow, passing through the ocean of clouds and the night sky, and landed on the top of Shinma Peak after drawing an arc in the air. Boom! With a loud bang, stone chips flew everywhere. Gu Qing, Yuan Shu, and Ping Yongjia, who were in a daze by the edge of the cliff, and Cold Cicada, who was absorbing the energy of heaven and earth, were all startled. They stood up hastily to take a look. A pit appeared on the cliff's surface. Ada climbed out of the pit and shook his head to shake off the stone chips. He spat a few times like spitting out a cat's hair, then turned around to look at Qingrong Peak, his eyes full of irritation. Fortunately, the forbidding formation on Shinma Peak was not opened. Otherwise, he would have lost all his hair and would have been in pain for a few days. No matter how unsophisticated his name was and how harmless he looked, and it seemed that he had no status on Shinma Peak, he was nonetheless the master white ghost, the principal guard of Aoyama, and the great grandmaster in the minds of the young disciples. Gu Qing and the other 2 couldn't bear to see him in such a sorry state, so they left hastily and returned to the Taoist hall. Jingjiu came up behind him and asked, "Are you okay?" Ada turned around again and glared at him hatefully. He thought to himself, "Good my ass. Can't you see me like this?" Jingjiu was a little surprised. He thought to himself, "It's fine if there's bitterness in her eyes, but why is there hatred?" Ada meowed angrily. "If you want to hurt by Rujing, why didn't you tell us in advance? You just pinched it. Doesn't it hurt? Also, in the end, if I hadn't used my aura to shock his mind, would you have been able to defeat him? If you want to beat him, why do you keep hugging me? Just for the sake of pretending? Pooh." Jingjiu thought that since he had just broken through the sea realm, it would be safer to hold her in his arms at such a critical moment. Ada was still angry. "You can pretend all you want, but you don't care about my life after pretending? I actually let that drunkard carry me over." Jingjiu said, "She can't beat you. Is this a question of whether we can beat him or not? If I really scratched her face, what would Yuan Qijing's attitude be like? What will your attitude be?" Ada grew even angrier, yelling crazily in his spiritual awareness, "You think I don't know how to deal with men?" Speaking of Yuan Qijing actually arrived. It was not the 3-foot sword that came this time, but Yuan Qijing himself. Ada shot a resentful glance at him, but he didn't dare do anything. He picked up Cold Cicada, who had been pretending to be dead, and turned toward the manor cave to find Liu. Yuan Qijing's countenance was nonchalant, but he was in a strange mood, asking, "What's wrong with Ada?" Jing Jiu found it inappropriate to tell him about Nan Wang, so he asked, "You couldn't even wait for one night?" Yuan Qijing said expressionlessly, "If I don't tell you, I won't feel at ease." He was referring to the will of Lu Xi. When Bai Rujing forced Yuan Qijing to read the will, it was evident that he had already guessed the content of the will, and he didn't want to carry it out. Jing Jiu walked to the edge of the cliff and sat down. He swung his legs reflexively and found that the bottom of his feet was farther away from the ocean of clouds than usual. Yuan Qijing walked to his back and took a look, saying, "Your legs are not as long as his." "The clouds are too low tonight," said Jing Jiu. "Do you really want to be the sect master?" asked Yuan Qijing. "Do you really want me to be the sect master?" asked Jing Jiu. The starlight shone on Yuan Qijing's face, which was as white as snow. He was not wounded. He was angry. "I wanted you to be the sect master 300 years ago, but I didn't want you to be the sect master back then, and Lu Xi became the sect master instead. Do you think you are suitable to be the sect master?" Yuan Qijing snapped coldly. "Lu Xi is really mischievous." Jing Jiu was excellent in terms of talent in cultivation, wisdom, calculating ability, and scheming ability. One could even say that he was perfect. He was the perfect candidate for the sect master of Aoyama. However, Yuan Qijing knew that Jing Jiu was sick. He was lazy. Lu Xi was also aware of this, and that was why he wrote the name of Jing Jiu in the will. In Yuan Qijing's eyes, the reason was simple. It was to guard against him. Neither Fang Jingtian nor Guang Yuanjinren cared about the opinion of the disciples of Tianguang Peak. If Yuan Qijing really wanted to be the sect master of Aoyama, who could stop him? Even if Taiping Zhenren came back to his mountain, it would be useless. There was only one person in Chaotian who could make Yuan Qijing concede. Lu Xi looked mild and low-key, but he was indeed a person of unparalleled wisdom. He had solved all the problems that might arise in the succession of Aoyama with a single method. Looking at the end of the ocean of clouds, Jing Jiu said, "Do you think I want to do it? If you don't want to, then don't do it. Haven't you been like this for hundreds of years?" said Yuan Qijing. Still looking at the distance, Jing Jiu said with a complicated expression in his eyes, "You don't know the conversations I've had with him over the last few years." Yuan Qijing wondered how Lu Xi could actually chat with others. "He always asked me the same thing. You want to be the sect master? You want to be the sect master? You want to be the sect master? You want to be the sect master?" After a moment of silence, Jing Jiu said, "I want to be the sect master." The wind blew over Aoyama. He came as he wished. It was quiet on the peak top for a long time. Yuan Qijing said expressionlessly, "It's useless to provoke you. You're doing this for the inherited heaven sword." Though it was a sheath, the people of Aoyama were used to calling it the inherited heaven sword. Jing Jiu thought that no matter what Yuan Qijing said, he wouldn't take out the sheath even if he didn't want to be the sect master. Yuan Qijing leapt up in the air, ready to leave. "Since you're going to do it well," he said. Jing Jiu waved his hand, signaling for him to leave as soon as possible. Yuan Qijing was not in a hurry to leave. "When will the ceremony be held?" he asked. The succession of the sect master of Aoyama had to be held in a grand manner, and it would be the grandest ceremony in the cultivation circle. "I'm not a disciple of Shuriwe Peak," said Jing Jiu. The monkeys at the foot of the cliff echoed gingerly. "I'm not asking you to put on a show." Yuan Qijing suppressed his anger and said, "The Cloud Dream Mountain is closed today. You know what it means. Aoyama can't keep a low profile at the moment." After some thought, Jing Jiu said, "You arrange it then." Yuan Qijing said, "If I arrange everything, what's the point of having you as the sect master?" Jing Jiu still didn't respond. He didn't want the inherited heaven sword to be taken away. The three disciples of Shinma Peak had already woken up in the early morning before the sun rose in the sky. Standing by the cliff's edge and looking at the ocean of clouds, they felt a sense of grandeur, but they also felt a bit nervous. The sun gradually rose above the peaks, and the ripples formed in the ocean of clouds. The peak top was getting brighter, but nobody came. Shinma Peak was as quiet as it had been in the past decades or hundreds of years. It was even a bit lonely. Yuan Shu and Ping Yongka eyed each other and smiled embarrassedly, thinking that they had thought too much. The cultivation practitioners were supposed to be quiet and inactive, and the sect master wasn't the emperor. It was impossible for them to attend the court meeting. Gu Qing found it odd, but he didn't think too much about it. He shook his head and took out the iron kettle to boil the tea. Being the personal disciple of the sect master didn't seem to be any different than before. He felt relaxed, but also a bit disappointed. It was then that the monkeys at the foot of the cliff suddenly screamed. Gu Qing cocked his head and listened for a while, then said, "Someone at the foot of the mountain wants to see the sect master." Yuan Shu looked down at the foot of the mountain. His sight was blocked by the ocean of clouds, and he couldn't hear the sound down there. But for some reason, he felt that there was a stream of hot air down there, and he seemed to hear the buzzing of the bees. The three of them came to the foot of the mountain and found that many elders of the peaks had come. Ping Yongka was a bit worried, asking, "Are they trying to intimidate our master?" The sect master of Aoyama was not the emperor, so there were no national affairs to deal with, and there were not too many intrigues in the imperial court. The elders of the peaks had come because they really had something for the new sect master to deal with. After the immortal Lu Xi left Aoyama, the affairs of the sect were all handled by Yuan Shijing, but there were always some affairs that needed to be decided by the sect master. Even though the affairs of the cultivation sects were few, they had accumulated quite a lot over the past 3 years. Gu Qing went forward and bowed to the uncle masters of the peaks, asking them what was going on. He was now the principal disciple of the sect master and the master of the crown prince, so the elders of the peaks naturally wouldn't treat him as an ordinary disciple. They didn't dare to slight him, so they bowed back and told him the purpose of their visit, asking him to report to the Lord Sect Master. There was no similar experience in the Shinma Peak, and Gu Qing thought that his master wouldn't be willing to deal with these affairs, so he might. Gu Qing suddenly felt a great pressure. Yuan Shu said, "Let's talk about it at the peak, master." Ping Yongka reminded him in a low voice, "My master doesn't like too much noise." Gu Qing thought what Ping Yongka said made sense, so he invited the elders of the peaks to the small wooden hut in the mountain. This small wooden hut was built by him and the monkeys 30 years ago. He used to live here for a few years, and so did Xiaohe. Now it was used to receive guests from the peak, so it felt a bit like the gatehouse of the Shinma Peak. The elders of the peaks were annoyed to find that they had been arranged to stay in such a place, wondering if they would have to walk up the mountain road to wait here to report in the future. There weren't even enough chairs in this small wooden hut. How could they sit? Gu Qing could tell that the uncle masters weren't in a good mood, so he asked the monkeys to bring some tree stumps over and asked Yuan Shu and Ping Yongka to keep them company. Then he went to the peak. Gu Qing was a cautious and meticulous person. He remembered all the things the elders had reported to him and told Jingjiu word for word. Zhao Liu glanced at Jingjiu, thinking that these things would make him feel upset. Jingjiu didn't feel so bad. He had anticipated that this would happen when he became the sect master. He said to Gu Qing, "Don't report this kind of thing to me in the future. You deal with it yourself." Though Gu Qing had already guessed this possibility, he still couldn't accept it when it actually happened. That was why his master brought him back from Zhaoga City. Compared to assuming the power of the sect master of Aoyama, teaching Jing Xian how to be an emperor was indeed not a big deal. However, this was something that could only be decided by the sect master. Wasn't it irresponsible of him to hand it over to him so casually? Jingjiu felt a great deal of pressure. "I'm not a eunuch with the surname of he said resentfully. Jingjiu said, "I'm not the emperor of Zhao State either." End of this chapter. Chapter 537. It was probably because he had taken a sheath of the inherited heaven sword that Jingjiu felt a bit happy. He actually made a funny remark. Normally, it was not a funny remark, but Jingjiu had a lower standard. Ada thought that Jingjiu was the royal dowager who was in charge of the state affairs from behind the curtains. So he said something that he thought was funny and expected others to laugh with him. Yet, Gu Qing did laugh out loud. Ada thought it was ridiculous, wondering why Jing Jiao was willing to cooperate with him. He suddenly realized that Jing Jiao intended to use Gu Qing as the Grand Secretary Zhang. Though Jing Jiao didn't tell anybody about what had happened in the illusionary realm of the Green Sky Mirror, the other participants of the Dao competition wouldn't keep a secret for him. Everybody knew how lazy the Emperor of the Chu Kingdom was and how difficult it was for the Grand Secretary Zhang. Gu Qing thought of the Grand Secretary Zhang as well. The smile on his face vanished instantly, and his mood grew heavy. He left the manor cave with heavy steps. After leaving the manor cave, Jing Jiao went to the grand hall to fetch the iron kettle and tea, and then went to the small wooden hut at the foot of the cliff. The elders of the peaks were waiting to be summoned by Jing Jiao for a discussion, so they were a bit anxious. As they saw Jing Jiao come back, they got up and asked him about it. Gu Qing smiled faintly and invited the senior masters to sit down. As he boiled the tea for them, he said, "My master has already learned what the senior masters want to know. He needs to think it over. He will inform you when he is done with it." The elders of the peaks thought it was a good idea. No, it was better this way. It was indeed a bit awkward for them to bow to such a young sect master. It was better to not see him. As such, the tea was not good to drink. They left the Shinma Peak after putting down the jade boards in their hands. Yuan Chu asked confusedly, "Senior Master, do you really not want to see them?" Looking at the 7 teacups on the table, Gu Qing sighed meaningfully. Since he didn't want to drink the tea, why did he ask him to boil the tea? He didn't want to sh tea anyway. "My master asked me to take care of this matter on my own," said Jing Jiao. Yuan Chu was a little surprised and still didn't understand. He said, "Then why did you make them wait? Wouldn't it be over if they approved or rejected it?" Gu Qing said, "This is something only the sect leader can do. How can I do it? At least, I can't let them see it with their own eyes." Ping Yongka seemed to have understood something. He nodded and said, "That's right. This is the eunuch interfering in politics. We have to do it secretly." Gu Qing glanced at him and said, "Do you think Master is a fatuous ruler or an emperor?" Ping Yongka blushed and said, "Senior brother, you can't do this." Gu Qing was too lazy to pay attention to him. He took the jade tokens and inserted his sword essence into them. A faint sword was released, and then it turned into an extremely faint clear light, and finally turned into words. There were only 7 elders from the various peaks who came to report, but there were more than 20 issues. Gu Qing picked up a cup of black tea, stood in the middle of the words formed by the clear light, and read them carefully. Ping Yongka felt a bit envious, wondering if this was the feeling of holding great power. Yuan Chu didn't feel anything. He winked at Ping Yongka, asking Ping Yongka to leave with him. As they were about to step out of the small wooden hut, Gu Qing suddenly called out to them, saying, "Come here and help me take a look." Ping Yongka was a bit excited. He responded crisply and walked back. Yuan Chu sighed. However, the expression on Ping Yongka's face changed after a few glances, and he asked, "Big brother, does my master really let you have the final say?" Gu Qing uttered and said, "What do you think about the distribution of this 7-star magnolia? It was raised by Elder He himself. Normally, it should be kept on Shuriweb Peak to make the magic pills, but if the flower blossom enters the meridians, it will be very helpful for breaking through the free travel state. Any magic pill or spiritual material that could help a cultivation practitioner break through the free travel state could be sold at a high price in the auction houses of the world. If it was lost in the cultivation circle, it could even wipe out a small sect." Ping Yongka didn't dare give any suggestion. He said in a trembling voice, "This is too heavy a responsibility. I can't bear it." Gu Qing glanced at him and asked, "What's your opinion on this matter?" Ping Yongka walked to the front of the jade board and found it was the matter of rewards and punishments submitted by Shilai Peak, so he didn't dare say anything. He rolled his eyes and said, "Ah, the Master White Ghost asked me to find that ocean pearl. I forgot about it. Big brother, I have to go now." Having said that, He ran out like a wisp of smoke before Gu Qing could say anything. Gu Qing looked at Yuan Shu. Yuan Shu said sincerely, "We aren't qualified to decide on these matters. Senior Master Jing Jiao should have a look at them." Gu Qing shook his head. He knew that his master meant it when he delegated the power to Jing Jiao. He didn't need to worry about being reprimanded. All he needed to do was to do the job well. Of course, if he didn't do it well, he would be scolded by his master. Yuan Shu glanced at him sympathetically and said, "Do it well." "You have to stay and help me," said Gu Qing. "We don't have the same master. Don't try to drag me to death with you." Yuan Shu said this with a smile and then walked out of the room. Gu Qing sighed again. He drank up the black tea in the teacup, took another teacup from the table, and walked back to the front of the jade boards. The Aoyama sect didn't have many affairs to deal with. There were only a few things that needed to be decided by the sect master. The personnel of the 9 peaks, the compensation for the disciples, the affairs of the affiliated sects, the affairs of the human clans, and the distribution of the most important resources. Well, there weren't many things to deal with. Glancing at the 6 teacups on the table, Gu Qing thought that he would have to boil tea for himself more often in the future. The black tea had to be replaced by green tea. The news that Jing Jiao had become the sect master of Aoyama had spread to every corner of Chaotian. It traveled even faster than the lone sword. It was natural for the whole world to be shocked. No matter how ridiculous the people thought it was a fact nonetheless. As such, all the sects sent their messengers to the Aoyama sect to congratulate the sect master and to inquire when the inauguration ceremony of the sect master would be held. It was a significant event. Even the Zhongzhou school had asked the Kunlun sect to bring gifts to the sect master, to say nothing of the other sections. The sects in the south, such as Ozawa, sent expensive gifts to the Platonist sect and Shui Nunnery, but the Guoqing temple didn't send any gifts. It was probably because the Zen master hadn't calmed down yet, or it was for some other reason. The gifts were received by the Shilai Peak, and then sent to the Shinma Peak with a detailed list. Gu Qing was fully aware that Jing Jiao was not interested in these things. He looked at the list and chose a few trinkets that the Master White Ghost and Cold Cicada might like, and sent a few more expensive ones to Tingguang Peak and Shangda Peak. The rest of the gifts were stored in the warehouse by Shilai Peak. His line of sight fell on a spot on the list, which was the gifts sent by Yamatsai, and one of them was quite strange. The Shilai Peak thought so as well, so they made a note and sent the gift to the foot of the Shinma Peak in advance. Gu Qing didn't dare delay. He asked the disciples of the Shilai Peak to bring the gift up as soon as possible, and then he brought it to the peak top himself. The group stood by the cliff's edge, surrounding the gift sent by Yamatsai. Jing Jiao walked to the front of a new bamboo chair and touched the bamboo, as if he could feel the joy Lu Shui had when he made the chair. He lay on the bamboo chair and felt it for a while. Zhao Liu sat at the end of the bamboo chair, the seat she was most familiar with, and asked, "How is it?" "It's not bad, but not as good as the one I made," said Jing Jiao. Ping Yongka joined the sect late, so he hadn't seen the rumored big brother, so he was quite curious. He asked Yuan Chu, "Can I sit here for a while?" Yuan Chu shot him a glance and demanded, "Do you want to die?" It was a beautiful spring day in the outside world, and it was the same in Aoyama in all 4 seasons, including Shinma Peak. Neighs of horses and cries of monkeys could be heard from time to time amid the lush mountains and fields. Spring passed quickly, because the beauty and busyness of each day were similar. It took Gu Qing a few days to finish dealing with the affairs of the Aoyama sect that had been accumulated for 3 years. He didn't know what the other peaks thought of him, but he hadn't been criticized or had any negative reaction so far. As he thought he finally had time to stay behind closed doors for a while, someone came to see the sect master. This time, it was Qi Yin of the Shangda Peak. Looking at the pile of white jade tablets, Gu Qing's face turned pale as he asked, "Senior Master, isn't this against the sect rules?" Qi Yin didn't understand why the Sword Justice had handed over these affairs to the Shinma Peak, either, so he comforted him. "This is something for the sect master to consider." His meaning was clear. No matter what problems there were between Yuan Qijing and Jing Jiao, it had nothing to do with him and Gu Qing. Gu Qing smiled bitterly without saying anything, thinking that it would be great if that was the case. After Qi Yin left, Gu Qing picked up a cup of green tea and began to read the jade tablets sent by the Shangda Peak. When he was drinking the fourth cup of green tea, he finally found a problem and knew that he had to alert his master this time. There were always some things that he couldn't solve, or in other words, he wasn't qualified to solve, such as the problems related to death. He came to the peak with the jade tablet in his hand, walked into the manor cave, and operated his sword source to project the contents of the jade tablet. After taking a look at it, Jing Jiao uttered questioningly, wondering what was going on. Gu Qing continued, Jian Riyun is still thinking of committing suicide in the sword jail, and those disciples who had opposed you are still not convinced. They haven't been able to persuade anyone, and they are getting more and more agitated. They might do something extreme. Those young disciples thought that Jing Jiao being the sect master was a disgrace to Aoyama. Since they didn't have the ability to change the situation, they shouted angrily that they would go to the underground world and meet the great masters of Aoyama to seek justice. Yuan Qijing said that Jian Riyun had to survive in the sword jail for a period of time, so he won't die. Jing Jiao continued, if those people continue to make trouble, they will be expelled from Aoyama. They will not be allowed to travel in the name of Aoyama, and they will not be allowed to use the name of the abandoned disciples of Aoyama. Otherwise, they will be killed. Gu Qing thought that those young disciples wanted to die. How could they be afraid of death? If they really caused such a bloody scene, not to mention how they would explain it to the great masters of past generations, it wouldn't be a good thing if it was spread out. As long as they don't die in the mountain, said Jing Jiao. In other words, if those young disciples were expelled from Aoyama and then died, he wouldn't even bat an eyelid. He didn't care about the humiliation of Aoyama. It wasn't like he didn't want to pay for the conical hat. Gu Qing felt helpless. He left the manor cave and went down the mountain again. Suddenly, he heard the screams of the monkeys at the bottom of the cliff. It didn't take long for him to return, and said to Jing Jiao, Big brother Guinanshan insisted on seeing you, but he didn't tell you the details. Jing Jiao thought that it was indeed troublesome to be the sect master, so he motioned for him to bring Jing Jiao in. Guinanshan came into the manor cave and bowed to Jing Jiao earnestly, then started reporting. According to the news from Yizhou, the master of the mysterious dark church, who called himself the King Ming, had shown up again and was gathering his former subordinates in secret. Liangwang Peak was going to send some disciples to check it out, and if there was a chance, they would eliminate the remaining members of the mysterious dark church. If it were before, Guinanshan wouldn't need to ask for anyone's permission. He could go there directly with the disciples of Liangwang Peak. But before Jing Jiao left Tingwang Peak, he reminded him specifically that if the disciples of Liangwang Peak wanted to do something, they had to get his permission first. This was an order from the sect master, and they had to obey it. Before Guinanshan came to Shima Peak, he had thought that the sect master might not allow the disciples of Liangwang Peak to go out. But unexpectedly, the sect master thought the news was wrong. It's not Wang Xiaoming, it's Su Zai, said Jing Jiao. End of this chapter. Chapter 538. Guinanshan was taken aback, asking why. Jing Jiao said, Wang Xiaoming is dead. Guinanshan said, but neither the Windy Broadsword Church nor the magic army of the imperial court found his corpse. Jing Jiao didn't explain further, because he was sure that Wang Xiaoming was dead, regardless of whether his corpse was found or not. Guinanshan trusted his judgment, saying with a grave expression, if it's Su Zai, we have to treat this matter more carefully. After the battle at the West Ocean, everybody knew that Su Zai had an agreement with Zhongzhou School. If it was Su Zai who gathered the former members of the mysterious dark sect in Yizhou, was Zhongzhou School involved in this matter? The spring rain had just fallen, and the Cloud Dream Mountain had just opened, and the shadow that had been hidden for 3 years was about to reveal itself. For the Aoyama sect, this was a stressful matter. Gu Qing revealed a vigilant expression in his eyes, thinking that they should indeed send someone to Ijo to have a look. Jingjiu said, "It's not your concern. His cultivation state is so low, so he should stay on a mountain and cultivate." Theoretically, there was nothing wrong with this statement. The Aoyama sect and Zhongzhou school were the two leaders of the orthodox cultivation circle, with profound resources and numerous swordsmen. If a war broke out between the two sides, the magic treasures and flying swords would fly everywhere. The disciples of Liangwang Peak wouldn't be able to do anything but die. In a war of that level, only those above the Broken Sea state were qualified to contribute. Guinan Shan was a bit uneasy, wanting to say something. Jing Jiao continued, "You can leave the mountain when you break through the Broken Sea state." Guinan Shan was speechless, thinking that there was no such rule in the sect rules. The current style of Liangwang Peak originated from Taiping Zhenren, and it was carried forward by the immortal Lu Xi. On the day that Jing Jiao took over the position of the sect master, he had said that everything would remain the same. Why did he change the rules of Liangwang Peak? "I think you have a prejudice against Liangwang Peak." Guinan Shan looked at Jing Jiao and said seriously, "I don't like Liangwang Peak, but this is not prejudice." Jing Jiao said, "Tell me, how many disciples of Liangwang Peak have died in the past 30 years? Guinan Shan didn't even need to think before he said, 14 junior brothers have returned to Aoyama. These 14 disciples of Aoyama had died on the snowfield, on the West Sea, and in the countless battles that they had to slay evil. Before Leu and I, the most talented and promising young disciples of Aoyama had all gone to Liangwang Peak." Jing Jiao said, "They should be able to go further. Even if they die, they should die when breaking through the realm or under the heavenly tribulation." Guinan Shan didn't understand and said, "As sword cultivators, if we don't go through the test of life and death, how can we achieve the Great Way?" Jing Jiao said, "Asking rich kids to carry sandbags to earn money is not cultivating their hard-working spirit, but an idiot's behavior." Guinan Shan understood what he meant, but he couldn't accept it. Even the disciples of Aoyama in the undefeated state were like immortals in the mortal world, not to mention those in the state of free travel. But according to Jing Jiao, the disciples of Liangwang Peak in this state were like kids who had no ability to protect themselves. Jing Jiao said, "Sect Master, you once traveled with Zhao Leu before she passed away." Jing Jiao glanced at him. Gu Qing understood what his master wanted to say. "Can you compare with me?" Of course, he wouldn't say it out loud. Jing Jiao found that the most troublesome thing after becoming the sect master was not meeting people, but having to say a lot of words. Going through the test of life and death can indeed speed up your cultivation, but you may die. How can you break through the realm if you die? There is only hope if you are alive. The higher your state is, the more powerful Aoyama will be. I don't want to repeat such a simple principle again. Guinan Shan thought it was ridiculous, thinking that Aoyama didn't cultivate the heartless way, so why didn't they do anything? Liangwang Peak has killed more demons and deviant practitioners in hundreds of years than your master did in one night. Jing Jiao said at last, "Think about it yourself." Guinan Shan still couldn't figure it out, but he had nothing to say when faced with the example given by the sect master. He returned to Liangwang Peak, gathered Yu Siluo, Guhan, and the others, and told them what had happened. These proud and brave disciples of Liangwang Peak were not convinced. They thought the new sect master was messing around, and their words were quite disrespectful. They didn't calm down until they were reprimanded by Guinan Shan. "If everyone could be like our master, then no one in the world would dare to show up. The problem is, how many people like our master are there in the world?" Guhan said angrily, "Only those in the Broken Sea state can go out of the mountain? The elders in the Broken Sea state of the Nine Peaks are practicing in closed-door training every day, and they won't show up unless something important happens for the sect. How can they be willing to go out of the mountain for these trivial matters? If our Liangwang Peak is like this, who will go to kill demons and devils? Who will protect those mortals?" The new sect master's ban on Liangwang Peak soon spread in the civil strife of Aoyama, causing a lot of controversy and dissatisfaction. Over the years, Liangwang Peak had been regarded as the sharpest sword of Aoyama. The young disciples of the peak represented the image of Aoyama in the human world and the glory of Aoyama. Now, they were forbidden to go out of the mountain. What should they do? Jingjiu had never liked Liangwang Peak. In fact, he didn't like the young disciples of Liangwang Peak, but the taste and existence of Liangwang Peak itself. The masters in the Broken Sea state and the Reaching Heaven state were practicing in closed-door training in their respective caves, but it was totally irresponsible to let these young people in the Undefeated state and the Free Travel state go out into the world to practice and experience life and death. Deep down, there was a great deal of selfishness hidden in this arrangement. If they didn't think the affairs of the human world were worth their time and energy, why would they let these children do it? Another reason was that he didn't like crowds. Qian, then Guananshan, and then some others. The monkeys at the foot of the cliff were screaming incessantly. It was quite a crowd. Seeing his beautiful and sorrowful face, Zhao Liu said sympathetically, "Why don't you lift the forbidding formation?" The forbidding formation on Shunma Peak was very powerful. Except for people like Yuan Shijing who could ignore it, the others who wanted to meet the new sect master had to land at the foot of the peak and walk up to the peak, and then be led into the small wooden hut by Guqing. If the forbidding formation was lifted, the people of Aoyama could fly directly to the peak top, and they wouldn't have to listen to the monkeys for a long time. Jingjiu thought it was even more annoying than the monkeys, so he waved his hand to indicate that there was no need for it, and decided to put up with it. He walked out of the cave and came to the cliff's edge, looking at Qingrong Peak on the opposite side. The new bamboo chair was nowhere to be found. He had thought that Nanwang would come after Yuan Shijing arrived, but she hadn't shown up yet. She had done a good job. Jingjiu praised her in his mind while looking at the white cat in Liu's arms. Ada meowed once and straightened his body contentedly, rubbing against Liu's face. "I'm going to Shangda Peak," said Jingjiu. Ada meowed once and buried his face in Liu's face, ignoring Jingjiu. Zhao Liu was baffled, wondering why Jingjiu had said that he wouldn't interfere with Jian Ruyun's affairs. The phrase "chilly spring" was the best description for the current Shangda Peak. The green pines among the peaks were like the ocean, and the snow line was higher than ever, but it was still cold. The manor cave, covered with snow and frost all year round, felt even colder when the desolate sword light of the sword of the universe shone on it. Standing by the well, Yuan Shijing said, while looking at Jingjiu, "Liangwang Peak is Lu Ci's masterpiece." Jingjiu said, "He didn't do it because he was selfish, but it doesn't mean others think so." "I understand what you mean," said Yuan Shijing, "but not all the cultivation practitioners can be like you." "The cultivation practitioners should be like me," said Jingjiu. Yuan Shijing said after some thought, "What you said is right. It was not that he didn't want to do it, but he couldn't do it. Though he couldn't do it, he yearned for it." At least it had been so for Jingjiu and Lu Ci many years ago. Jingjiu suddenly asked, "Is it troublesome for the sect master to go out of the mountains? Who should I report to? You? The sect master has the highest authority. You can go if you want," said Yuan Shijing. Jingjiu was baffled, asking, "Didn't Lu Ci seldom go out?" "He is learning from you," said Yuan Shijing. Jingjiu thought of the scene when he bid farewell to the Jing family, Duke Lu, and the emperor in Zhaoga City, remaining silent for a while. Along with the sunlight, Jingjiu landed at the bottom of the dark and gloomy well. The dead dog opened his eyes and bowed slightly to Jingjiu. Jingjiu returned the bow and headed to the deep end of the sword jail. The cells of Bai Rujing and Jianruyun were not far from each other, and they were close to the Grand Hall, so the environment was not bad. It was quiet in the two cells. The angry young man had probably cursed for a few days and nights, and he had no energy left. It was unclear what Bai Rujing was doing. He didn't come here to see Jianruyun and Bai Rujing. As he came to the Grand Hall, he looked at the passageway full of sword wills on the right side, and then at the tightly closed stone door of the cell. The snow girl in the cell sensed his arrival. She turned around and looked at the stone door of the cell while wrapped in the quilt. Their gazes met again on the other side of the stone door and the layers of sword wheels, and then it was quiet for a long time. The time was up. Jingjio said something before he left. I have a new bamboo chair. Do you want to change it? The snow girl mumbled twice to indicate her refusal. Jingjio walked to the end of the passageway of the sword jail, pushed open the stone door, and arrived in the Hermit Peaks after passing through the fog. He called out the sword of the universe and flew up on the sword. Soon, he arrived at a mountain peak. The back of this mountain peak was gloomy and gloomy. A manor cave was hidden among the green vines, and the gemstone in front of the manor cave glowed with a red luster. Fong Jingtian was in this manor cave. He was the master of the Shilai Peak in the upper state of the Broken Sea, and he was qualified to compete for the position of the sect master. However, he had been forced by Yuan Qijing to stay behind closed doors in the Hermit Peaks 3 years ago, isolated from the outside world, and was trying his best to break through the threshold of the heavenly arrival state. Jingjio understood what Yuan Qijing meant. This was a punishment for Fong Jingtian for colluding with Taiping Jinren. If Fong Jingtian couldn't enter the heavenly arrival state, he could only die of old age in this manor cave and eventually become a withered corpse in that distant mountain. This was also a test, and even incentive for Fong Jingtian. If he could break through the threshold and become a figure in the heavenly arrival state, he would be able to leave the Hermit Peaks. In a sense, this was no different from the disciples of Liangwang Peak going to the human world to slay demons and accept the test of life and death. Jingjio didn't know whether Fong Jingtian could succeed or not, but he knew that the day he walked out of the Hermit Peaks was the day he would be in trouble. Jingjio didn't leave immediately this time. He sat down cross-legged, took out the porcelain plate that he hadn't seen for a long time, and started piling sand. Piling sand was a game and a tool for meditation. It could also be regarded as a kind of calculation. Fong Jingtian in the manor cave was not the snow girl, so he couldn't sense Jingjio's arrival. The sunlight moved slowly, illuminating the endless peaks into different shapes, and the colors kept changing between shades. As dusk fell, Jingjio finished his calculation, put away the sand plate, and stood up to leave. The result of his calculations was not very good, and it was not very good either. It didn't mean that it was a vague result without a clear direction, but it meant something more. Jingjio thought he could accept such a result. Jingjio went to the manor cave, where Tong Yin stayed behind closed doors. Glancing at the green gem by the door, he pushed the door open and entered. Tong Yin was cultivating by meditation. The faint smoke condensed into the shape of a tree over his head. The Dao tree was visible, indicating that his state had improved again. He must have completed his yuaning, but there was still a long way to go before he reached the Huashan realm. Tong Yin opened his eyes and said while looking at Jingjio, "This is a very rude thing to do." It was unclear whether it was because of his successful cultivation or some other reason, but his eyebrows were even lighter. Coupled with his young face, the more serious his expression was, the more adorable he looked. It was the most disgusting and even infuriating thing for a cultivation practitioner to be disturbed at the critical moment of his cultivation. Jingjio didn't pay any attention to him. He pressed a spot under the stone table with his hand, and the gem outside the manor cave turned red. Then he said, Su Zai pretended to be Wang Xiaoming and wanted to restart the mysterious dark sect. Guqing isn't good at this kind of thing. What do you think? Tong Yin said, Su Zai is not my friend, but he is Hejan's friend and my ally. Jingjio said, I'm not familiar with Hejan, but he is an ally of the Zhongzhou school. You are a disciple of Aoyama. Tong Yin asked while staring into Jingjio's eyes, Do the disciples of Aoyama have such an obligation? Jingjio uttered I don't know which peak I belong to, but I don't think it's the Shima Peak. Tong Yin said with a smile, I won't join the Shima Peak either. This doesn't violate our agreement, so you can't order me around. Jingjio said, It doesn't matter which peak you belong to. It's because I'm a sect master now. Tong Yin was surprised and shocked. and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. Jingjiu looked into Jingjiu's eyes, listened to his heartbeat and blood flow, and sensed his energy to make sure that it was a real reaction. It meant that Jingjiu hadn't contacted the outside world, and hadn't come to the Hermit Peaks to look for him. Tong Yin condensed a cup of water by magic and handed it to Jingjiu with both hands. "Please have some tea, sect master." Jingjiu took it. Tong Yin said, "Suzai won't make you pay so much attention to him." Jingjiu said, "The young mysterious dark master is behind him." Tong Yin understood what Jingjiu meant. Taiping Jinren was behind the young mysterious dark master. "One more thing. You should know better than anyone else what the Zhongzhou school will do now that Lu Xi is gone." Jingjiu said, "You write a plan to deal with them." Tong Yin looked at Jingjiu in silence. Jingjiu asked, "Do you want to go back?" "No, I don't," Tong Yin said. Then he took out the chessboard and put dozens of Go pieces on it. End of this chapter. Chapter 539. Tong Yin wasn't playing a famous ancient game, and he didn't intend to compete with Jingjiu again. Tong Yin was good at Go, but Jingjiu was even better. He could understand Jingjiu's intention. From inside to outside, the black Go pieces seemed to be on the verge of becoming a big dragon. Those white Go pieces looked scattered in a corner, seemingly unable to stop the black Go pieces, but they might be able to devour the big dragon if they continued to develop. The Zhongzhou school was the black Go piece, and the Aoyama sect was the white Go piece. According to the current situation, the Zhongzhou school wouldn't fall out with the Aoyama sect directly. Instead, they would try to develop in a corner. This could be considered as a test for the Aoyama sect, or as a move to encroach on the affiliated forces of the Aoyama sect. The deal between the Grand Master of the Platonist sect and the Cloud Dream Mountain was only a hidden move. Su Zai's behavior in Izhou was the real move. Izhou was not far from Haizhou. The West Ocean could be seen after crossing the West Hill Snowy Mountain. The West Ocean had been under the control of the Aoyama sect for only 3 years. Its foundation wasn't stable, and it was easy for mishaps to occur. "I'm afraid that the white Go pieces will be too tired to deal with them," said Jingjiu. Tong Yin tapped on the Go board, saying, "You can eat them up after they manage them for a while. That way, you won't feel sorry for your forbearance." Jingjiu's Go playing was all about calculation, but he wasn't as good as Tong Yin when it came to the general trend on the Go board. Of course, it was also because he didn't need to calculate these things. "As for Su Zai, I can tell you a story," Tong Yin said in the end. "It's a gift to you, but please don't bother me for 10 years. After returning to the Shinma Peak, Jingjiu didn't talk about the Go game, but merely repeated Tong Yin's story. Zhao Lei didn't like this story, saying, "It's more troublesome than killing Lo Huainan." Yuan Chu said, "Also, I don't think it's very interesting. It doesn't seem like it was Tong Yan's idea." Gu Qing shook his head and said, "He thinks too much." Jingjiu knew that Gu Qing had really understood. He said, "It's not high enough, and there are too many details. It's inevitable that the story is a little redundant." Back then, when Zhao Lei and Lu Shisui killed Lo Huainan, they had to conceal their identities. That was why Tong Yin had to devise a perfect plan. However, now that Jingjiu was the sect master of Aoyama, he had to deal with the remaining members of the Shinin sect. He did not need to care about these things at all. Ping Yongka did not understand what they were talking about, so he asked, "Who's going to Izhou?" That was the real problem. If the disciples of Liangwang Peak wanted to break through the sea-breaking realm, even Guananshan, who had the highest cultivation state, would need at least 10 years. If he really sent an elder in the broken sea state to Izhou, he was afraid that the Zhongzhou school would react harshly. In the blink of an eye, it was summer. The Aoyama sect was very quiet. The disciples of Liangwang Peak did not come out to kill demons and devils. Swordlight was rarely seen on both sides of the muddy river. Many people thought it was the influence of the death of the immortal Lu Xi. Shinma Peak was not much different from previous years, except that the monkeys would shout from time to time. One afternoon, the great formation of Aoyama opened a passage, revealing the real world outside. The sky was covered with rolling dark clouds. Thunder and lightning were hidden in the clouds, as if they would strike down at any time. Jingjiu walked out of the manor cave and returned to the top of Bihu Peak with Ada in his arms. He stepped over the lake and came to the Daoist Hall. Hundreds of wild cats smelled Ada and rushed to the stone steps and the window, looking into the hall. It was a horrible scene. The green stone formation rotated slowly, revealing the stone shelf and the stone platform in the middle. Ada swept across the hall like a flash of lightning. He felt relieved after making sure that the precious elixirs and materials of thunder nourishing were all there. The 5.5 pieces of Thunder Soul were placed in the most obvious place. He had counted them a long time ago. Jingjiu walked over and held the unripe Thunder Soul wood in his hand, lifting his head to look at the dark clouds in the sky. Ada meowed once, reminding Jingjiu to take off his clothes first. There weren't many white clothes left on the top of Shima Peak. It would take many years for Guodong to wake up and make new ones. Jingjiu thought it was reasonable, so he took off the white cloth and tossed it to Ada. There was a deafening rumble. The thunder boomed in the sky. Countless bolts of lightning struck down one after another. Dozens of sword lights were intermittently visible in the sky. They were the disciples in the undefeated state and the free travel state who were using the power of thunder to attack the flying swords. The bolts of lightning landed in the hall. It was all white, and no one could see the figure of Jingjiu clearly. Those wild cats had fled a long time ago. Ada crawled out from under the white cloth. Seeing the scene, he couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. Was this the heavenly thunder? After a long while, the thunder had stopped, but the rain was still falling down. Countless blue electric arcs were entwined around Jingjiu's body. The raindrops made a sizzling sound as they landed on his body, and then they were evaporated into steam instantly, shrouding him in the steam, giving him a fairy aura. A moment later, the roof of the hall was closed again, and the rainwater was blocked outside. The white steam had dispersed gradually, and the blue electric arcs had also disappeared into his skin. Ada walked to the front of Jingjiu with a white cloth in his mouth. Jingjiu put on the cloth and put the unripe Thunder Soul wood back to its original place, and walked toward the outside of the hall. A spark appeared under his feet, and a deep footprint with a scorched smell appeared on the ground. Seeing this, Ada shook his head, thinking that Jingjiu couldn't absorb the energy of thunder and lightning endlessly. It would be troublesome when he broke through the heavenly arrival state. Another year passed in the blink of an eye. At the beginning of spring, Guananshan came to the Shenma Peak again. He was invited into the small wooden hut by Gu Qing, and then they began to drink tea. The whole Aoyama knew that if they wanted to see the Lord Head, they had to pass Gu Qing first and drink tea from him. Guananshan couldn't even remember how many times he had been here and how many times he had drunk tea. The only difference was that Zhuo Ruzhui was with him. He put down the teacup and asked, "Is the Lord still in closed-door training?" Gu Qing answered, "Yes." Guananshan asked, "When will he come out? Do you know?" Gu Qing answered, "I really don't know." Guananshan was a little disappointed. It was common for cultivation practitioners to stay in closed-door training, and they usually stayed in closed-door training for many years. Thinking of this, Jingjiu couldn't help but glance at Zhuo Ruzhui. However, this matter was really urgent, and it had been delayed for a year. Who knew what the situation in Izhou was like? If it were before, when his master Lu Ci was the sect master, Jingjiu would have sent someone to Izhou without a second thought. But now, Zhuo Ruzhui didn't care about these matters. It seemed that he felt bored, so he stood up and said, "I'm going to take a walk outside." Having said that, he walked out of the small wooden hut while yawning. Looking at his back, Gu Qing wondered if those with natural Tao quality were also born smarter. I don't care whether it's Wang Xiaoming in Izhou or Su Zai whom the sect master has chosen. But the commotion over there is getting bigger and bigger, and the fire is getting stronger. Guananshan continued earnestly. Even if we don't intend to put out the fire, we have to send someone to check it out. Otherwise, what if the Zhongzhou school reaches into the south? I'm still far from the broken sea state, said Gu Qing with a serious expression on his face. His meaning was clear. No matter who was sent to Ezhou, he couldn't do it. If the disciples of Liangwang Peak hadn't broken through the broken sea state, they couldn't do it either. It was because this was the order of the sect master. The Gu family has found some clues in the trading house in Ezhou. Guhan thinks it's more appropriate for him to go there. Guanan Shan said while looking into Jing Jiu's eyes. Just take a look. Nothing else. Gu Qing didn't respond. It was obvious that he had already known about these clues, as his status in Aoyama had been rising, especially now that he had become the principal disciple of the sect master. The Gu family had made it clear that they would devote all of their efforts to him. It was quiet in the small wooden hut. The black tea in the iron teapot gurgled. Gu Qing wouldn't agree to his request. The reason was simple. He wasn't the real sect master. Guanan Shan stood up and was about to leave. As he was about to step out of the doorsill, he suddenly stopped and asked, "Can you let them go?" The cultivation world seemed peaceful on the surface, and Aoyama was peaceful as well, but many things had happened in the human world. The Jin family in Nanhezu and the Ma family in Shangzhou had had a hard time this year. They had been suppressed like a thunderstorm in business and other matters, and the source of this storm was the Gu family. Gu Qing poured a cup of tea for himself and said, "They have to give up all the money they earned from Aoyama." After a moment of silence, Guanan Shan said, "I know that Ma Hua and Jian Riyun have offended the sect master, but they are disciples of Liangwang Peak and have rendered meritorious services to Aoyama. Can you ask for mercy?" "It's not the sect master's order," said Gu Qing. The expression on Guanan Shan's face changed slightly. Gu Qing continued, "It's the senior master aunt's order. Last spring, the will of the immortal Lu Xi appeared on the top of Tianguang Peak. Jian Riyun and Ma Hua were the first to oppose Jing Jiu taking over the position of the sect master. Zhao Lei didn't say anything, but it didn't mean that she didn't remember it, especially that fat man named Ma Hua, whom she disliked very much and had always disliked. If Gu Qing hadn't said that it was inappropriate, she would have done it herself. Guanan Shan didn't expect that it was Zhao Lei's order, knowing that the two clans were doomed. Seeing his expression, Gu Qing comforted him. "I know what I'm doing." Guanan Shan shook his head and said, "It's natural for one's family to be destroyed." Gu Qing said calmly, "The moment they stood out, they should have known that they were betting with their entire clans. The Gu family can crush them and the other clans easily because I'm the principal disciple of the sect master. What if they had succeeded that day? What do you think the Gu family would be like now?" Guanan Shan didn't say anything more and left. Having drunk the black tea in the teacup, Gu Qing sat quietly for a long time. The spring wind outside the window was a bit chilly. Zhuo Rizhui still didn't come back. He thought that this guy must have left by himself. He stood up and left the hut, walking towards the peak. When he arrived at the peak, he found that Zhuo Rizhui was already there. He was a bit surprised. "Brother Zhuo, this is against the rules." "What bullsh asterisk T rules? It's fine if others say it, but do you really think that you're the sect master?" Zhuo Rizhui was lying on the bamboo chair by the cliff. He squinted his eyes and basked in the spring sun. He said, "I'm here to have fun, not to talk business. Do I have to stay in the gatehouse?" Gu Qing thought that he was right. He laughed at himself and asked, "Where did you go?" Zhuo Rizhui pointed at a place at the bottom of the cliff and said lazily, "That meadow was a good place to bask in the sun. There was even a horse there. I rode on it for a while." Gu Qing said with admiration, "You're the first guy, except for those monkeys, to think about riding that horse. The disciples of Aoyama rode on swords. Who would want to ride a horse?" Zhuo Rizhui squinted his eyes and said proudly, "I'm not an ordinary person." Gu Qing said with emotion, "Of course. You're the first one who dared to lie on this bamboo chair." As they spoke, the stone door of the cave opened slowly. Jing Jiu walked out. Gu Qing hurried to greet him. Zhuo Rizhui stood on the ground with his eyes wide open. It was as if he had never lied down in his life. End of chapter. Chapter 540. Jing Jiu washed his face with a sword fire as he walked toward the edge of the cliff. As he walked, the dust fell from his clothes. Soon, his clothes were as clean as new, pure and clean, like a lotus after the rain. Gu Qing followed him and told him about the important events in the world of cultivation and Aoyama in the past year with a fast and calm voice. Seeing this, Zhuo Ruzhui thought, isn't this the image of a eunuch or a treacherous official often seen in novels? He couldn't help but laugh. Jing Jiu glanced at him. Zhuo Ruzhui quickly stepped aside and said, I've just cleaned the bamboo chair. Jing Jiu lay down on the bamboo chair. Standing by the side, Gu Qing continued, Guan Nanshan has been here many times, and he has been here before. He talked about the event in Yizhou. Jing Jiu closed his eyes and didn't say anything. It seemed that the spring weather was really nice today. Looking at the sky, Zhuo Ruzhui let out an envious sigh in his mind. Gu Qing said at last, the Platonist sect, Ozawa, and Shuei Nunnery have sent a few letters asking about the date of the ceremony. If that was all, you wouldn't feel too pressured. The key was that Shanghai Peak was also pressing him. Jing Jiu said, it's up to you. Gu Qing thought helplessly, I'm not the sect master, so I can only delay it. The concept of time in the world of cultivation was different from that in the human world. For example, in the Tao competition of Zhongzhou School, no one could be sure if it would be held in 30,000 years. It was common for it to be held a few years earlier or later. However, this matter couldn't be dragged on indefinitely. Jing Jiu suddenly opened his eyes and said, let's have hot pot today. It was unclear whether it was because the sun was very nice today, or because he didn't do anything ritualistic after becoming the sect master, or because he wanted to review the story of 600 and 300 years ago. Both Taiping Jinren and Lu Xi had eaten hot pot when they became sect masters. Gu Qing was a little surprised. He thought to himself, Master, what's wrong with you? Zhuo Ruzhui said repeatedly, Good, good, all right. Gu Qing glanced at him and felt even more impressed. He thought to himself that he was the only person who could freeload 2 meals at Shima Peak. The most important thing about eating hot pot was that it was lively. Of course, there couldn't be too few people. Therefore, Zhao Liu, Yuan Chu, and Ping Yongka, who were cultivating in seclusion, were called out. Zhuo Ruzhui, who had been in seclusion at Tianguang Peak for decades, could not understand what he was seeing. He didn't know that seclusion at Shima Peak was so casual. If the Gu clan delivered the hot pot, they would be able to get the best soup base and ingredients, no matter if it was the boiled meat from the Hongmao restaurant or the famous Jiuxiang house in Yizhou. But it was too troublesome and time-consuming. Shuriwei Peak could do it, since it was the request of the sect master. But they only knew how to cook the medicinal cuisine pot, and Jing Jiu didn't like the monkeys on that peak. As such, he decided to ask them to provide the ingredients and do the rest himself. The chef was Ping Yongka. Since he was the youngest and had come from a human world the shortest time, he hadn't forgotten how to cut the vegetables and add the seasonings. As he was cutting the vegetables, Yuan Chu kindly helped by the side, and Zhuo Ruzhui was watching the fun. It was because he had never seen anyone cut vegetables. Jing Jiu didn't pay any more attention to it after taking a glance at it. It took him only 3 days to learn how to cut vegetables in that small village, and it was easy for him to kill fish and chop chicken. The cucumbers he cut could be pulled to a length of 2 feet. Ping Yongka's skill was far inferior to that of Shi Sui, who was 10 years old. It was unclear why he wanted to learn swordwork. The soup was made by throwing some slices of ginger and chopped green onions into the pot. The cultivation practitioners seldom ate, but they would have a craving for food once in a while. As such, the beef and mutton prepared by Shuriwei Peak were of course the best in the world. Zhuo Ruzhui threw many slices of mutton into the pot as quickly as he could, scooping them up as soon as they changed color. He put them into his mouth like a willow branch brushing the water in the sesame sauce. The crowd was stunned. The taste is a bit bland. Zhuo Ruzhui said this without changing his expression as the chopsticks in his hand reached for the freshly cut beef ribs. Gu Qing scooped a bowl of soup hastily and brought it to Jing Jiu before there was too much oil. Zhao Liu threw a few slices of green vegetables into the soup. Jingjiu lay back on the bamboo chair after drinking a few mouthfuls of the soup and eating a slice of green vegetables. All kinds of meat appeared in the pot, filling it up like a mountain. A few pairs of chopsticks were stuck on a mountain of meat. The crowd looked at the pot and waited for the meat to be cooked, saying nothing. The quiet eating didn't mean that the atmosphere was awkward. It meant that everybody was eating very seriously. Speaking of which, this should be the first time they had eaten on the Shinma Peak. In the human world, it should be called the bottom of the pot or the warm house. As Zhuo Ruzhui was eating, he suddenly found that he wasn't the one who ate the most. Zhao Liu ate calmly, but her chopsticks had never stopped moving, and those disciples didn't dare fight for the meat with her, their master. I've underestimated you. Of course, Zhuo Ruzhui wasn't thinking about the meat, but about the affair between Jian Ruyun and Ma Hua. He didn't like Jian Ruyun and Ma Hua, and he didn't have any sense of belonging to Liangwang Peak. But he didn't expect that Zhao Liu, who seemed to be obsessed with cultivation, had such a cruel side. He intended to ask Zhao Liu a few questions, but he changed the topic. Senior Master Zhao, how do you practice the acquired shapeless sword body? All the people around the hot pot looked at him, and even one of Jing Jiu's protruding ears moved. Zhao Liu said expressionlessly, I practice on the sword peak. I've been sitting on the sword peak since last spring, but it's useless. I feel that the wills of sword there don't like me very much. Zhuo Ruzhui asked himself, is it because my wills of sword are too strong? Yuan Chu and Ping Yongka looked at each other, wondering if it wasn't because he was too shameless. Cultivation was the right thing to do. Zhao Liu put down the chopsticks and started to talk to him. Zhuo Ruzhui listened carefully, but he didn't intend to put down the chopsticks in his hand. Ping Yongka didn't understand what they were talking about, but he knew it had something to do with the sword peak. This reminded him of something. He ran to the bamboo chair and squatted down, saying to Jing Jiu, Master, I've memorized the sword manual of Qingrong Peak. When can I go to the sword peak to get the sword? If Jing Jiu didn't take any more disciples, he would be the personal disciple of this generation's sect master of Aoyama, just like Zhuo Ruzhui. However, Zhuo Ruzhui obtained a good sword as soon as he entered Tingwang Peak, and then he started to stay behind closed doors. He was already famous when he was Zhuo Ruzhui's age, but now he didn't have a sword. When he was cutting the beef, mutton, cabbages, scallions, and garlic, he used Gu Jian's ordinary sword, which hadn't been replaced yet. Hearing this, Yuan Chu ran over with the bowl in his hand. He squatted down on the other side of the bamboo chair and said to Jing Jiu, Senior Master, my sword isn't good enough either. Gu Qing thought of something as well, saying, Master, the plum meeting is about to begin. Are you going to hold the sword trial, or are you going to appoint a disciple to go? Jing Jiu stood up. Zhao Liu knew he was annoyed, but before she could say anything, the peak top was illuminated by the desolate sword light. Seeing the sword of the universe moving away, Gu Qing fell silent for a while, then turned to look at Yuan Chu and Ping Yongka. Yuan Chu and Ping Yongka knew they had done something wrong, so they didn't dare defend themselves, lowering their heads. Gu Qing said while pointing to the sky, I don't have a sword either. What did I say? My master has his own arrangements. Why are you two so anxious? Listening to him, Zhuo Ruzhui scared and said, It looks like you are really going to take over the position of the sect master. Gu Qing shot him a glance and asked, Do you have any objection? He could be calm and modest at other times, but since this was his master's arrangement, he wouldn't back down even half a step. You can ask me later, said Zhuo Ruzhui with drooping eyelids. Having said that, he didn't say anything more, continuing to eat the boiled meat. The sword of the universe broke through the clouds and came to a high altitude in the sky, then flew toward the place where the clouds and fog were thickest. The vaguely visible peak in the clouds and fog was Yunxing Peak, the sword peak often mentioned by the disciples of Aoyama. A few iron eagles were startled by the sudden arrival of the flying sword, and the sword peak grew even quieter. Jing Jiu put away the sword of the universe and walked among the steep and desolate cliffs. As he walked, the cliffs trembled slightly. Sand and stones poured down, and all kinds of flying swords and sword embryos emerged from the rocks. Jingjiu put the two fingers of his right hand together and pinched the seven-plumb sword style. Sensing the distinct sword will, some flying swords returned to the mountain slowly, and some flew out, hovering around Jingjiu in silence. He glanced around and pointed at a flying sword in the sky. The flying sword vibrated slightly, as if it was very happy. It flew to Jingjiu as fast as it could. The other flying swords returned to their respective places quietly. Jingjiu took over the flying sword and observed it for a while. This flying sword was not very straight, with three inconspicuous turns in the middle. The body of the sword was a bit dark. It should have been mixed with a meteoric iron. There were some crystals in the shape of ice on the surface of the sword, which looked like petals. Jingjiu was quite satisfied. He brought the flying sword to a higher place and inserted it into a patch of cloud-patterned rocks. This flying sword was suitable for the seven-plumb sword style, but it was not fully formed and needed to be nurtured on the sword peak for a while. Jingjiu had never thought of replacing Yuan Chu's sword, because he thought it should be the responsibility of the Shangda peak. But he changed his mind when he saw Yuan Chu's pitiful appearance earlier. Now that Yuan Chu had a new sword, what should he do with Ping Yongka's sword? After many years of inherited swords, there were fewer and fewer good swords on the sword peak, especially as Aoyama grew stronger and stronger, and the returning sword became slower and slower. It was difficult to find a flying sword of a high state here, and it was even more difficult to find a flying sword of a high state suitable for the endless sword style. Qingrong Peak should have kept some good flying swords, but he needed to meet Nin Wang to find them. Jingjiu didn't even want to think about it. It seemed that Ping Yongka had to spend a few more years empty-handed. Jingjiu walked to the front of the broken cliff and sat in the cave. Looking at the desolate scenery in the peak, he remained silent. He had just come out from behind closed doors, so he didn't need to cultivate with his eyes closed. This cliff was close to the peak top, and countless sword wills were formidable and formidable. Other cultivation practitioners would feel uncomfortable sitting here, and they might even suffer from internal injuries if they sat here for a long time. But Jingjiu felt comfortable here because it was very quiet here. The monkeys didn't scream, and nobody came looking for him. In the eyes of Yuan Qijing and some others, Jingjiu had changed a lot compared to his previous life, and the Shinma Peak had become much livelier. In fact, he was more used to living alone. He didn't need to wash his face with the sword fire. He didn't need to come to this peak to pick up trash. He didn't need to think about anything. Those flying swords and the embryonic swords headed toward the deep part of the mountain. Puffs of smoke and dust came out from those round and flat holes, merging with the clouds and fog enshrouding the sword peak. The smoke and clouds hadn't dispersed yet. Seeing this scene, Jingjiu thought of the formation of the dispersing smoke and clouds. The formation of the dispersing smoke and clouds could help the cultivation practitioners cut off all the mortal karma, so that they could go on their way with ease, overcome the thunder punishment, and open the path to heaven. Jingjiu had overcome the thunder punishment and opened the path to heaven, but he hadn't cut off the mortal karma. As such, he was sitting here silently while looking at the smoke and clouds in front of him. Jingjiu was certain that the formation he had set up was not problematic. There was only one explanation. His big brother had taught him the wrong formation when he taught him. Of course, there was another explanation, which was that the formation his big brother had learned was wrong to begin with. Jingjiu had suspected that his big brother had an evil intention when he taught him the formation. But it was something that happened 700 years ago. At the time, the king of the underworld hadn't been locked in the fiend prison yet, and his big brother hadn't become Taiping Jinren yet. What was his big brother doing at the moment? Was he looking at different sceneries on a mountain and feeling the same sentiments, waiting for the arrival of death? Without the first child sword, he couldn't change his sword body, and everything would vanish like the wind and the clouds. Yet, how could someone like him die quietly? As long as there was no news of him one day, it meant that he was still alive and hiding somewhere, watching the world in Aoyama that he loved so much. Jingjiu was sneak attacked by Byron because he didn't sever his mortal connection with the world when he ascended. But why did she do it? In the next moment, Jingjiu thought of the fairy book he had obtained at the Tao competition. The fairy awareness Byron attached to the fairy book indicated that she intended to come back. Why did she want to come back after she had gone through so much trouble? Was it because of the fear of the unknown and the infinite? This was the question that Jingjiu had been unable to figure out. Even Zhao Liu couldn't understand it. Byron had left behind 6 fairy books when she ascended, and there were only 1 main and 2 accessory books left. What would the Zhongzhou school use these 3 fairy books for? The Aoyama sect had only 1 person in the heavenly arrival state, Yuan Qijing. The Zhongzhou school would definitely do something, but what would they dare to do? Jingjiu, of course, wouldn't let go of the Zhongzhou school, but he wouldn't have considered this matter if it were before, but it was different now. He was the sect master of Aoyama, so he had to consider this issue. Otherwise, why would he ask Tong Yin to set up the Go game? Of course, the most important issue at the moment was to figure out what was wrong with the formation of dispersed smoke and clouds. His cultivation state was very low before, so it was meaningless to think about this issue. But now that he had broken through the sea state, he had to think about ascending again. The dim light couldn't penetrate the walls, and the starlight couldn't illuminate the sword peak covered by the clouds and fog. Only the sunlight could. One night had passed. The morning sunlight fell down, waking up the Iron Eagle and Jingjiu in the cave. He opened his eyes and went to Shuriwet Peak along with the morning sun. Chapter 541. The monkeys of Shuriwet Peak were indeed too noisy, much louder than Lu Shui and the young monk of the Guoqing Temple. As such, Jingjiu didn't land in front of the Taoist hall, surrounded by the forest, but went to a spot behind the peak. There were a dozen seemingly ordinary courtyards, in which precious cultivation scripts and magic pills were stored. The security was tight. To protect against the heavenly fire, there was no other vegetation except for the iron trees that could withstand the heat. The iron trees didn't blossom or bear fruit, and their leaves were bitter and tasteless. As such, there were no monkeys here. The sword light of the Sword of the Universe alerted Shuriwet Peak. Jingjiu was surrounded by a dozen flying swords as soon as he landed, and there were at least a few lethal formations ready to be activated at any moment. A disciple yelled, "Who are you?" Jingjiu turned around. "Young Senior Master." "No, Senior Master." "Greetings, Sect Master." "Greetings, Sect Master." The disciples of Shuriwet Peak were startled when they saw his face. They put away their flying swords hastily and bowed to him. Jingjiu said, "I'll take a look by myself. You guys don't need to follow me." He said, "Don't need to follow me," instead of "don't need to follow me." It was obvious that he wasn't trying to show his friendliness as the new sect master. The disciples of Shuriwet Peak eyed each other speechlessly, thinking that this was the forbidden area of Aoyama, where the most important cultivation scripts and magic pills and precious treasures were stored. Well, the whole of Aoyama belongs to Jingjiu, and he can go wherever he wants. Jingjiu walked into a small courtyard not far away and came to the front of a 3-story building. The elder in the building had already stood up and was waiting for him. Jingjiu didn't say anything to him and walked straight into the building. The elder was startled. He crossed his hands and shot out his sword source, dismantling the formations in the stairwell as quickly as possible. Jingjiu kept walking forward without a pause. The elder followed behind Jingjiu, waving his hands to dismantle the formations. In a few seconds, a fine sweat broke out on his forehead. There were 6 dangerous formations in this seemingly ordinary 3-story building. Even a cultivation practitioner in the upper state of the Broken Sea would have a hard time breaking in. When he reached the 3rd floor, Jingjiu stopped and thanked the elder for his hard work. The elder bowed and left the building. He stood in front of the stone steps to prevent anyone from entering the building by mistake and disturbing the sect leader's reading. Jingjiu suddenly remembered that Yuan Qijing did not hand over the Aoyama formation to him. He didn't think too much about this matter. He walked into the building and easily found a shelf. He took out a very thin book from it. Back when he had just arrived in Aoyama and stayed on Shuriwa Peak for 10 years, he didn't learn how to plant flowers and weed, nor how to refine the magic pills. All he did was read all the books on cultivation on the peak. After that, he came to take a look a few more times, until he was sure that even the Aoyama sect could no longer search for new cultivation manuals. Then he stopped coming. He still remembered those cultivation manuals that were worth memorizing. Today, he came not to review them, but to read that book. There was very little content in that old book. It mainly talked about a kind of self-observation, observing flowers in a mirror. When the mirror broke into pieces, the flowers would flourish. But if the mirror eventually turned into powder, all the flowers would die at the same time. This kind of self-observation was not profound, not to mention marvelous. But the method of dividing mirrors derived by the author was very important. It was this method of dividing mirrors that inspired Taipingzhenren to create the formation of dispersed smoke and clouds. Jingjiu didn't read the words in the book. He rubbed the paper between his fingers to confirm the approximate age of the book, and also to make sure that he couldn't tell anything from it. He walked out of the building and handed the book to the elder, saying, "Find out where this book came from." The elder asked, "How long do you want to find out, sect master?" "In the beginning," replied Jingjiu. The news was soon reported to Taipingzhenren. Taipingzhenren took over the book and glanced at it, remaining silent for a long time. All the peak masters in Aoyama were from the Shangda Peak, and an experienced peak master like Taipingzhenren knew something about the formation of dispersed smoke and clouds, and knew the relationship between this book and that formation. Why did Jingjiu want to find out where this book came from? After some thought, Jingjiu said, "Since it is the order of the sect master, let's investigate it carefully." Because of Jingjiu's order, the whole of Shuriwa Peak was on the move. 7 elders led dozens of disciples and hundreds of caretakers. They didn't do anything else except to investigate the origin of that book. The masters put forward their ideas and then issued orders. Dozens of disciples were responsible for analyzing the information and then recording and indexing the information, and hundreds of caretakers were required to run back and forth between the courtyards with the heavy books in their arms. The atmosphere was tense and lively among the cliffs. Even those iron trees seemed to be affected by the atmosphere, swaying slightly in the wind, as if they were about to blossom. It was inevitable that there would be some complaints. For instance, a disciple in charge of the herb garden of Flowerstone on the West Mountain suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to apply the rain that day. He couldn't help but complain about the new sect master's mischievous behavior, and then went to the master to ask for forgiveness. Unexpectedly, the master didn't mind it at all, saying, "It's not important. Let's finish the task assigned by the sect master first. But the leaves of the green orchids will curl when they are short of water. You have to wipe them with the chalcedony liquid at night." The disciple's face changed color, thinking that there were 317 green orchids in that patch. If he had to wipe the leaves of each one of them, how could he rest? And, judging by the situation, he would have to come back tomorrow to rummage through the piles of old books. The masters thought it was interesting to spend the day like this, at least with some new interests, especially when the oldest books hidden in the library were brought out, many of which they had never read before. As they browsed through the books they were interested in, they motioned for the caretakers to open the books and lay them flat on the stone slabs. In a library building of Shuriwa Peak, there was a formation to keep it dry and warm, but the books, which had never been exposed to sunlight for a long time, would still have some problems. The sun was nice this spring, just right for the books to dry. It was impossible to find out the origin of an unknown book, even for someone like Jingjiu, who was good at calculation and deduction. But it took them only 3 days to find a definite clue after gathering all the resources of Shuriwa Peak. The original author of the book should be the great cultivation practitioner Yin Jinlu from 1,000 years ago. The question was, where did Yin Jinlu's train of thought come from when Jingjiu asked to find the very beginning of the book? Though this great cultivation practitioner was famous, He was a free-traveling practitioner, and he didn't belong to any sect until his death. In the end, the elders of Shuriwe Peak came to a conclusion after reading a few unofficial histories of the cultivation practitioners and a few random notes of the local sects. Yan Jinlu should be a deserted disciple of the Mirror sect. After receiving the report from Shuriwe Peak, Jing Jiu was quite satisfied, thinking that being the sect master did have some benefits. He didn't have such a feeling when he was the grand sect master of Shinma Peak. But if he were still a regular disciple, Shuriwe Peak wouldn't let him investigate, let alone use so many resources to help him investigate. After the hot pot dinner that day, Yuan Chu and Ping Yongka became more well-behaved, and even Ada became quieter. It wasn't until one day that Gu Qing couldn't help but bring up the matter of the plum meeting again. It was late in spring, and the flowers in Jiaoga City should have bloomed by now. The plum meeting would be held in about 10 days, but the Aoyama sect hadn't chosen a representative yet, let alone set off. Jing Jiu said, "The sword trial will go on as usual, and the leader will still be Nanwang." Gu Qing thought it was good to hear this, so he sent a message to Shilai Peak as soon as possible, asking them to arrange the details of the event. The sword trial was held smoothly the next day, but something unexpected happened. Nanwang said that she wanted to stay behind closed doors and didn't want to go to Jiaoga City. Gu Qing was a bit worried. This was the first time that a peak master had disregarded his master's order since his master became the sect master. What did this mean? Jing Jiu was surprised that Nanwang was so diligent in her cultivation, but he wasn't worried, saying, "Guangyin it is then." Then he remembered the sword trial of Aoyama that day, and asked, "Who won?" Gu Qing didn't say anything, looking at a place behind him with a faint smile. Jing Jiu turned around and saw Yuan Chu standing by the window on the second floor of the Taoist hall, raising his right hand embarrassedly. Yuan Chu was quite ordinary in Shinma Peak, and he didn't even have a sense of existence. But it was because this was Shinma Peak, where there were too many geniuses. Jing Jiu felt surprised, but also satisfied. Back when he was still in the undefeated state, he had defeated Ma Hua and Gu Han in a row at the sword trial of Aoyama, and even broken Guan Nanshan's famous Blue Ocean sword. Yuan Chu's cultivation state was ordinary, and so was his flying sword, but he had won first place at the sword trial. Though it was far less difficult for him to win, he did have his own style. Thinking of this, Jing Jiu said to Yuan Chu, "You're not allowed to lose in Jiaoga City either." The smile on Yuan Chu's face disappeared instantly, as he thought nervously that the sect master wanted him to win first place in the cultivation tournament at the plum meeting. The participants of various sects had gone to Jiaoga City one after another, including the Mirror sect in Jadeite City. The chief official of the Mirror sect had left more than 10 days ago with a dozen disciples, and the sect master was behind closed doors. As a result, Cain Yang was in charge of the internal affairs of the sect. Cain Yang wasn't the most senior among her peers, and she wasn't the most senior big sister, but she had a good talent and a strong comprehension ability and was diligent in cultivation. As a result, her cultivation state had improved very quickly, and she was favored by the sect master and the chief official. And for another reason, her status in the sect had become more and more special. Cain Yang had won a few chess tournaments in a row and created the history of the plum meeting. She was recognized as the best chess player. As a result, she felt a bit lonely, so she didn't go to the plum meeting this year. She put down the scroll in her hand and looked at the plum branch in the mirror, sighing, wondering when she would have the opportunity to see the chess games played by Mr. Jing Jiu and the young Master Tongyan again. The footsteps broke out in the courtyard. A disciple came to report that a cultivationist from Aoyama had come to visit her and wanted to meet her. Cain Yang felt a bit baffled, thinking that she didn't have any acquaintances in Aoyama, even though the Mirror sect and Aoyama were on good terms. On the contrary, she had some acquaintances on the Cloud Dream Mountain who would come to visit her. She walked to the outside of the courtyard and saw the two people brought by the disciple of the Mirror sect, feeling even more baffled. It was a warm spring day, so why were these two people wearing conical hats? Cain Yang said with a faint smile, I wonder who these two cultivationist friends are. The disciple of Aoyama, walking in front, lifted his conical hat slightly, exposing half of his face. Kane Yang's eyes were full of surprise and delight. She signaled for the disciple of the mirror sect to leave, and led the two people into the small courtyard. She bowed to the person and said, "Mr. Jingjio, what brings you here?" The two people took off their conical hats. They were Jingjio and Zhao Liu. Kane Yang bowed to Zhao Liu hastily, but she suddenly remembered Jingjio's current status. Her expression changed abruptly, and she bowed again earnestly. "Greetings, immortal sect master." She had done so many things in such a short time, so it was inevitable that she was a bit flustered. Her face was a bit flushed, and her freckles shone slightly, making her look even more adorable. Kane Yang was both surprised and puzzled, thinking that the plum meeting was taking place in Zhaoga City, and the Zhongzhou school was pressuring them about that matter. Why did Jingjio come to the mirror sect? Moreover, as the sect master of Aoyama, how could he wander around so casually? Jingjio told her the purpose of his visit. Kane Yang thought the name Yin Jinlu sounded familiar, but she couldn't remember which senior master of the sect he was. "I might have to ask the masters," she said. Zhao Liu caught the white cat crawling out from Jingjio's sleeve and said to her bosom, "Thank you." As Kane Yang was about to leave, she suddenly stopped and said apologetically, "I have to report this matter to my master." It wasn't that it would be troublesome to investigate Yin Jinlu, but Jingjio's status was different now. In any case, Kane Yang had to report this to the sect master. Otherwise, what if something bad happened to him here? The sect master of the mirror sect was still behind closed doors, but Kane Yang couldn't care less about it. The visit of the sect master of Aoyama to the mirror sect hadn't happened for many years. Even though it was a secret visit, it was still much more important than staying behind closed doors. After hearing Kane Yang's report, the sect master of the mirror sect said, after some thought, "I have an impression of Yin Jinlu. He should be someone from our sect. Though I don't know what sect Master Jing wants to investigate. I'll try my best to cooperate with him. But since he came here in private, I think he doesn't want to be known by others, so I won't show up. You have to be careful not to leak the information." From that day on, Jingjio and Zhao Liu stayed in the small courtyard, not taking a single step out of it. The elders and disciples of the mirror sect, like the elders and disciples of Shuriwa Peak, started to search for stories in the piles of old papers. Fortunately, it was a nice spring day in Jadeite City, so that they could dry the books. Kane Yang had been keeping Jingjio and Zhao Liu company in the courtyard. She glanced curiously at the white cat in Zhao Liu's bosom from time to time, but more often than not, she peeked at Jingjio. Jingjio knew that in the eyes of people like Tong Yin and Kane Yang, beauty and ugliness were not as important as black and white. So he knew what she wanted to do. "Come on," he said. Kane Yang came back to her senses after a moment of bewilderment. "Teacher, you're too kind," she exclaimed in pleasant surprise. She was the only one who watched the shocking game played on the chessboard mountain until the end, which had a great influence on her chess playing. From that day on, she had regarded Jingjio as her master. She called him teacher out of excitement. Zhao Liu sat on the chair with a white cat in her bosom, thinking that it was not a bad thing to call him teacher. "I've called you teacher unconsciously when we were talking about you over the last few years, which made many people in the sect misunderstand me." Kane Yang came back to her senses and said embarrassedly, "When you became the sect master of Aoyama last year, the masters thought there was a special relationship between you and me, so they paid more attention to me. Please forgive them." There was a Go board in her room, which turned into countless Go boards when the mirrors in the room shone on it. Jingjio picked up a white Go piece and said while looking at her, "It's the mirror's problem what you look like, not you." Hearing this, Kane Yang fell silent for a long time. Then she took out a black Go piece and put it on the Go board gently, saying, "Master, please enlighten me." End of this chapter. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.